NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be joined today by Matt Mayoko, Susan Slusser, so a little baseball, a little football for you. Probably still weave in a little basketball as well. And for those that care, we won't get into it today, but there is a Stanley Cup finals happening. I know nobody cares, but you know what? Damn it. Friday you're going to find out about it anyway. I don't care if you want to know or not. You're going to find out there is another sport.
You're going to learn today about the Stanley Cup.
It's actually like 30 miles south, right there. That's that way is what it is. But we obviously are not going to get too much into that. So a little baseball, a little basketball, a little football, and then some other goodies that are going on today. What's going on?
What's up, dude? Yeah, nice long weekend, and then wake up yesterday to the news of Bob Myers, and one of our listeners had tweeted at me, said, man, heck of a day to take off, Copes. I said, yeah, dude, I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue, bro.
Yeah.
Heck of a news day yesterday. Since we last left our heroes outside of today, Giants have played pretty good baseball. First series they've lost in 4 consecutive. We can talk about the load that the young guys are carrying. Patrick Bailey looks better by the day behind the plate. I know today was kind of a funky day, but dude, his arm, like a couple of the plays where the ball squirted away, and like baseball is so like everything happens so quickly. We talk about the speed of games when you get to the professional level and how, margins are razor thin. You can't make mistakes and allow other teams to take an extra base on you. He had a couple of times where, like, he pulled the ball out of his glove today to try to make a throw to second or to third, and maybe the ball popped out and he wouldn't have had a play. And most guys, if they attempt once and can't do it, they're not going to do it again because then they rush. He a couple of times made some like off-balance throws from behind the plate today. And I know it didn't work out, and it was kind of a sloppy game in terms of pass balls and wild pitches and stolen bases and some funky throws that went down. But all in all, he's been pretty impressive to watch. And I think it's sort of like with Buster, and I don't want to comp them as players, but when guys come up that you can see the makings of a foundation for what they're going to be, it's pretty exciting when you can see a plus defender start to have those tools. Crawford was a guy. We saw that with Belt, too, where you knew early on that they were going to get it done defensively. And once that happens, then you just kind of forget about him in the field. Then you're just looking for anything else you can get.
Thing I like about him, along with the other things that you mentioned, he's athletic.
Yeah, man.
Like, he's an athletic catcher.
Kind of lean,
not like
right.
not kind of a lumbering catcher. He's just got an athletic build. He moves like an athlete, and a lot of times with catchers, you just don't see that. I mean, I still think Joey Bart can be a good player. I don't think it's going to be here anymore. I didn't think that at the beginning of the year. There was like a slight window for it, but now I think it's like this is going to be the guy. This is going to be the guy. Like Farhan told us last week, defense is first when it comes to catching. And if they hold true to that, this is the guy. Period. He just like if you're going to play Roberto Perez, then you're playing this guy.
Yes, yeah.
Because this guy's going to hit better than him, and he's going to catch as good as him. So he's just your guy. But, Joey Bart's kind of like the big catcher, not super athletic. Posey was kind of in the middle. Like Yadier Molina, he wasn't he wasn't athletic hardly at all. Running, athletic with his hands and feet and stuff, but that's kind of Perez, Salvi Perez, just big dudes that, this guy's not real big. He's an athlete. You can just tell he's an athlete. So I do. I like him, and I think he's only going to get better. So it was just weird. Like the last 2 games were weird because last night you thought with Oviedo on the mound, who can walk a village, you thought they'd score, and they had their opportunities, but they didn't. And then today with Helen on the mound, Keller, You thought maybe they wouldn't score as much. And they scored enough. They got 10 hits off that dude. He's like their best pitcher. He's really good. And they had enough opportunities and scored enough runs that you thought, if Wood gets off to a good start and get the bullpen going like they did last night, maybe they could, win one of those 4-3 games, 5-2, something like that. Just wasn't to be. The Pirates, Wood didn't have his best stuff, and they were putting really good swings on the ball. So it's just kind of a funky 2 games, the last couple games. But I'm with you. I think overall, the optimism is still there. And I don't even mean optimism like this week, this month, maybe even this year. Maybe. But I just... moving forward,
it feels different. It already feels different.
It looks different. It feels different. And Schmidt almost got that one today. Reynolds made a nice catch out in left center. Could have cut it to 8-6, I believe.
You think that was gone? It's funny. I was sitting in my seat for a long time, and people all stood up around me. And it started going and going, and I kind of watched the outfielder, and I was watching Reynolds, and he looked like he was going to at least try to make a play on it. So I was like, man, I always get nervous there because you don't want to cheer and then have him come down with the ball after he robs it. But the trajectory, and he only hit it, I think John Miller had said on the broadcast, the exit velocity was only at 98 miles an hour, which usually isn't an extremely hardly hit ball. The launch angle on it wasn't great. I think he was going to miss it by like a foot and a half. Bottom line is it would have been a big play, and I thought Reynolds made a nice play on it. Yeah,
it would have been. Oh, no, it would have been off the wall. It wouldn't have been a home run. A couple extra feet to carry, it was gone. But when he hit it, I thought, dude, you should have gone to Anaheim Stadium when I was younger. Guys are hitting pop-ups behind second base. People are going, oh, I'm like, what are we doing here? I mean, I don't expect everyone to know, but geez, I mean.
Do you ever get psyched out still? Does it ever happen to you at a game?
Little spatial relationship here between where the wall is and where the ball might be. It's not going. Not really, because I'm with you. The first thing I do is I look at the ball and I look at the outfielder.
Right.
And if the outfielder's like sprinting back, then I'm like, oh, there might be a problem here. If the outfielder's kind of cruising back, then I usually don't think it's gone. But that's exactly what I do when I'm at a game. I just look at as soon as the crack, unless it's just like a monster shot, then you just like, I don't even look at anybody because that thing's way, way, way gone. Like a couple home runs I saw today watching the Angels game. Trout and Ohtani, by the way, both hit 478. It was unbelievable.
What?
Yeah, same spot. The one hit Trout to left center, Ohtani to right center. It was like, wow, it was like the same home run that I just saw like 4 innings ago. Yeah, I think Trout was 476, Ohtani was 478.
That's unreal, man.
They were but those are the type of home runs like when they're just hit, you're like, gone. See ya. But I'm with you. I look at the outfielder. The outfielder tells you all you need to know. So, again, I mean, look, you lose a series. Pirates are a pretty good team. Not great, but they're a pretty good team. And it's one of those things where how quickly can you turn it? They got the battle for Halloween coming up this weekend, I like to call it, when they play the Orioles. Who's going to own Halloween this year? Is it going to be the Orioles? Going to be the Giants. And they're a good team. They got drubbed today. I think they went bullpen game and just got smashed by the Indians. But that's a good team. And can you turn it back around and get 2 out of 3 next series? And so it doesn't linger where you lose another one, then maybe you lose another series, and all of a sudden you're dropping a game here, dropping a game there. So it'd be nice to see if they could get 2 out of 3 this weekend against the O's, who, by the way, in my humble opinion, do have the best lids in baseball.
I think we've talked about this. Do they, and we've also, I think I've asked the question, do they have the infinite logo? Is it an Oriole wearing an Oriole hat with an Oriole on it, wearing an Oriole hat with an Oriole on it, wearing an Oriole hat?
I've never even thought of that. I've heard of that before. I've never really I've never looked at it.
I think it's an infinite logo.
Is it infinite?
Now, like the Miami Dolphins dolphin, I don't think that dolphin is wearing a helmet that's got a dolphin
on it?
I think it's just wearing a helmet. I don't think it goes infinitely into oblivion. But we'd have to look it up here, the Baltimore Orioles logo. But, that'll be a fun one. Orioles are a team, like, I'd have to look and see the last time they even came to town. Would they have, like, Melvin Mora or something last time they were here?
Melvin Mora.
You know what's funny?
Cal Ripken Jr.?
Dude, maybe. I want to say, and maybe they've come more recently, my most recent memory of the Orioles is boy, what was that year where the Giants were? Was it 2016 where they were, and it must have come since then, but 2016 would have been the year that they were the best team in baseball in the first half. and then just kind of crapped the bed in the second half, right? And just they came out with the balk off from Santiago Garcia, and they ended up losing to the Cubs. Do you remember they couldn't close out games in that second half, and they were blowing game after game? I want to say Jonathan Scope, that second baseman.
Scope.
I want to see he hit like a big, huge grand slam or 3-run homer on the Sunday afternoon to win that series. But that was like that second half meltdown. It was a bunch of moments like that. Like
I wonder if that was a year before the greatest. Was that the year before the greatest last day in baseball season history? Maybe. When the Orioles beat the Red Sox and the Rays beat the Yankees, and there was all kinds of mayhem.
That was
going
earlier.
on.
Is
that earlier? Okay.
That might have been 2008 or 9.
Okay. Oh, was that long ago?
Also, because remember the Rays?
I guess it was. Longoria was still playing for the Rays.
Yeah, well, do you remember that was
Wow.
you're right. That all happened like within a course of like 15 minutes of each other.
Oh, it was insanity.
So if you go to Tampa, that's their cornerstone moment of their franchise's history. They've got a monument thing like out in center field. Like I've been to the Trop. I don't know why. I've been. They've got this giant like minute by minute, play by play of what's happening where around baseball with highlights. It's like kind of interactive. It's a pretty cool look back on it. But that was their point in doing what they did with the schedule now, where we have every game first pitch at the same time on the final day of the season. It does that sort of European soccer thing. So you can't throw a game, and you can't, you can scoreboard watch, but you can't make a decision in your game based really on what's going on in another game.
And they should do that. That's the perfect way to do it. I think they start all the East Coast games at like 1:30 or 12:30, and then all the West Coast games at 12:30. So everyone starts at the same time. And I think even if it's like West Coast versus East Coast, or if they're different time zones, they'll find a way to start them at the same time, which they should do. Absolutely, you want that. There's a lot more drama in it. It may look at maybe 8-0 by the 5th, and then you decide what you want to do. But at least it's not 8-0 game over. Okay, let's rest everybody. We don't get to play. We have nothing to play for this game. So now that was a fun day. God, it was that long ago. Holy smokes.
Yeah, that was a wild
time.
There was like a bunch of home runs hit. Longoria hit one. I feel like the Red Sox had taken the lead on one. Then Baltimore was going off. That was a lot of fun AL East stuff going on back then. When you had the Blue Jays were involved. We might be in for that again this year. The American League East right now is a bloodbath. Like that's the division. That's the AFC East right now in the NFL.
Brutal.
It's an absolute gauntlet. Like you don't want to.
Are the Blue Jays still in last?
And if they're in last, they're above 500. At one point, every team in that division was above 500.
Maybe the Red Sox are. I don't know. I mean, the Yankees have been on fire lately. They've been just smashing people. So, Red Sox 20-26 are in last place.
Dude, 10 games out.
Yeah, I know. It was incredible. Blue Jays 29-26. Yankees in third, 34-23. Orioles 35-21, and the Rays 40-18.
Meanwhile, the A's are just bringing it up the ass of baseball. 12-46 is where they stand. Good for them, though, getting to 12. Last I looked, they were at 10, and that was like 3 days ago. So getting 2 of the last 3.
The Central's the butt cheeks division. That one's bad.
The
Tigers are in second at 26-28, and then the West isn't bad. They got 4 teams over 500 right now. Mariners 28-27, and then
Bruce Bochy's
the A's. Hey, the A's won a series against. That is baseball.
The Braves is who they beat, right? 2 out of
in a nutshell. Yes, that's baseball in a nutshell. This team couldn't beat itself in an inter-squad game, and then they take 2 or 3 from the Braves, which easily top 3 team in baseball, maybe the best team in the National League. But yeah, they go ahead and take 2 or 3 from the Braves. I mean, that's how funky baseball can be. Like there is not a chance in hell that the Nuggets are playing the Pistons at home, and they happen to play them 3 straight times, fluke, and they lose 2 out of 3. Like that would never, ever happen. Like that wouldn't happen. Baseball, it does happen because it's baseball, and baseball is just kind of wild that way, which does make the argument that the postseason's kind of a crapshoot valid. Although I just hate it when they say it. It's like, just stop it.
It has more variance, I think, is really what it feels like. Because
it does. It absolutely does.
Because it's not, with basketball, we talk, I mean, it's almost ad nauseum when we're breaking down a series because the series lasts about 2 weeks or is that about right? About a week and a half? 2 weeks, something like that is what a 7-game series will go.
What's that?
For the NBA, like if we're in the playoffs.
It depends. First round, 2 weeks, and then it kind of cuts down to like 10 days. Yeah,
it's about 10 days. But it's like every single game, there's a storyline, and it's like the game previous didn't matter except for what it's going to mean to start this game. Then once this game tips, it doesn't really matter what's happened in the past, but we talk about it like everything is going to play off of itself. Baseball, there's a little bit more finality to each chapter of a series, I feel like. Because that pitcher's thrown, now you just kind of move on to the next pitcher. And can this guy help this team get back? And to me, there's just more randomness, maybe isn't the right term, but because of the number of players and the pitchers that play the roles, I think the variance just allows for more underdog or weird, streaky, hot teams to get going, whereas the Nuggets have been the best basketball team like all year, man. They're right where they should be.
Well, just think, I know we're going off on a little bit of a tangent, but just think about the variance in baseball.
Yeah.
That the key component, kind of like where baseball starts, right? The essence of baseball is 60 feet, 6 inches away. It's pitcher and it's hitter. That's what it is. That is the core of baseball. At its core is a strike zone. That can change from game to game.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating computerized strike zones, but that's at the core of the game right there. It can change from a game to game. So you get a game where your pitcher is maybe getting the benefit of a few calls, and it's not going to happen a lot. All you need to do is happen that game. So that's something that is a variable that could happen. And then you talk about baseball, I'd have to think about an analogy for this, but baseball is one of the sports where you can do everything right as a hitter. Everything. Square it up, crush it, right at somebody. Right? You're out. And conversely, you can put a horse bleep swing on a ball and just dunk it over the third baseman's head. Like, that shouldn't have been a hit. Exit velocity 10. And you're like, well, how was that a hit?
Dude, Hunter Pence hit that ball 3 times.
Yeah, I hit 190.
How did that happen?
Hit right at. So, I mean, that just now.
Still doesn't make sense.
The best team's probably going to win more often than not, but 4 out of 7, short series, and then you got to do it 3 times. So you see why. I just hate when teams keep saying that. Like, they keep losing in the postseason. It's the last thing I want to hear is a crapshoot. Like, no, don't give me that. Like, you should win some World Series. I still say the Braves were a disappointment during their run. I mean, they won one World Series with that team. Now, one World Series is a lot more than most guys are going to win, so they're probably happy about that. But I guarantee you ask them to a man, the 90s Braves, did they underachieve? You'd have to give them truth serum because they wouldn't admit to it. Underachieve may not be the right word. Disappointment, yes, it absolutely would say that. I'm not sure. I'd have to come up with the right word. But you look at what they did, like 15 straight division titles, that pitching staff, I mean, the hitters were incredible. I mean, they had a stacked lineup. They had a stacked rotation.
They were capable of more, and they kept producing talent. Like, it wasn't like they got – it was like the Giants – did what they did, but then they didn't stop with just Lincecum, Kane, and Bumgarner, and Posey, and Crawford and Belt. Then they came with, like, they had Chipper Jones, and they had Andrew Jones, and then they went out and they spent on free agents, and they brought in, like, Gary Sheffield. Brian Jordan was there. Marcus Giles came up for them. They just kept producing talent. They brought John Smoltz. They put John Smoltz in the bullpen, made him the closer. Then they were like, let's bring you back, and you're a starter again. 150 wins, 150 saves. One of 2 guys ever.
That was incredible. Although,
unreal.
Quiet as kept. You know who's on that track right now? The Dodgers.
Oh, you mean for the disappointing window?
They are like the Braves of the 90s.
So when did their window start, would you say?
Oh, God, had to be. I bet you it started during the Giants, when the Giants were winning World Series. They had some good teams back then.
We didn't even notice then. See, we didn't even know when their run started because we were busy. We were hanging banners. Yeah.
Exactly. So I bet you 10 years. I mean, because you got to go back to when, like, Bellinger was a rookie and Seager was a rookie, and, I mean, Kershaw's been there they've been good for a long time. I bet you if you go back, well, how many times did the Giants win the division? I think they won it in 10, didn't they?
Wasn't it only in 10
didn't
on
they beat
that final
the Padres?
day of the season? They beat the Padres
so.
to do it, not the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they beat the Padres last game of the season. Sanchez.
Yeah, Dodgers were out there with Broxton and Joe Blanton losing games left and right.
But after that, I think they. Well, I mean, they won. Didn't they win? Did they win one wild card or two? They won one in Pittsburgh. I know
they won.
So
they win the wild card game in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
2012. Remember, they were the 2 games here and then 3 in Cincinnati. So
That's
was 12
correct.
the division? Was 12 a division crown or was 12 a wild card year? Because Pittsburgh was a game.
I thought it was wild card.
See, now we're all over the place.
we are. We just completely lost track.
See, we just lost track of.
I mean, we're just off the
Giants
rails.
The Giants did win the division in 12. That's right.
Okay, they won the division in 12.
And then in
so
14,
we're trying to
14 would have been a wild card.
We're trying to find out when the Dodger run kind of started. Because obviously, if you're a Giants fan, the longer the run has lasted, the better you feel. Because it means they've squandered more and more chances each and every year.
Well, yeah, the Braves. I mean, that's got to be one of the biggest windows for a group that was together, like manager, GM, pitching coach, Hall of Famers, basically beginning to end. And there was 6 Hall of Famers, right? I mean, if you go Cox, Smoltz, Glavine, Maddox, Chipper Jones, that's 5 right there.
Andrew Jones, is he in or should he be? He should be.
He should be. Dude, that guy
I know, it's a joke that he's not.
That guy had 400 and something home runs and 500 doubles, and that guy was one of the best hitters in the game and defenders.
Don't forget the crime dog. Wasn't the crime dog there?
Fred McGriff, but he was
he gone by then?
He was well. Remember they picked him up in '93. That's when the Giants won 103 and didn't make the playoffs.
Thank you.
Back AAU national championships. Tom.
Exactly. I endorse Tom Amansky.
That's got to be, when we look back, the Dodgers, that might be the best comp in that how many, for a window of time, they won 15 straight division titles for a decade. And that's a sophomore in high school. It's got a permit to drive. And they got 1 ring out of it. Now, it's 16 years, right? Because 94, I guess there's no World Series, no playoffs, no division champion. But 95, they come back and they win it. And then they never. I mean, how many times they even get to the LCS? That's the other thing too. Is the Dodgers are falling short in the World Series.
Fred McGriff was on that team that won it.
He was on the 95 team.
In the 95, yeah. I'm just looking at it right now. Who they had? Chipper.
Yep.
Smoltz, Maddox, Glavine, Javi Lopez, Steve Avery.
Javi Lopez was the man.
David Justice.
Justice, dude.
Ryan Klesko.
He came
Forever Giant.
Yeah. He was good though.
Kent Magic Merker.
Kent Merker.
Who doesn't like Steve Bedrosian? Marquise Grissom.
There you go. Grissom was a stud. Grissom could play.
Go.
He was an Expo
Your
and then a
favorite in
Brave.
mine, John Rocker.
Who was that?
John Rocker. Your favorite in mine.
That's your boy, right?
Oh yeah, we hang out all the time. Big fan.
Yeah, great Survivor player.
Okay.
Okay. So the Dodgers. I'm just trying to find their division crowns here. National League West division titles. Ready?
Yeah.
So remember in 08 and 09 they had the Mannywood thing going. It was Manny, Casey Blake, James Loney, Ethier. Those teams were pretty good. Then Matt Stairs just shoved a dagger through their hearts. 2013 they win it. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So they've won 9 of the last 10 division titles. 2021 being the one the Giants won.
And one, and you know what? I if I had to guess, out of the 9 times they've won, I bet you 5 times they went to the playoffs as the favorite to represent the National League. Minimum 5 times as a favorite to represent the National League.
Oh yeah, without
in the
question.
World Series, and they've won 1.
They've only been to they went in 17, 18, and 20. They've only been to 3 of the 9 they've won. That's incredible. And they've made the playoffs every one of those years because they still and they lost to the Braves, the eventual champion. They frequently lose to the eventual champion. Especially when it's in the World Series. Then they definitely lose to the eventual champion.
Exactly.
Bummer. Always fun to laugh at the Dodgers, though. Giants end up losing today. Not a great game, not a clean game. But even in a game where they weren't all that great, they showed life. I thought that was good. 12 hits for them. They did not really end. They never got to a point where it felt like they were kind of lifeless, and they kept trying to come on back. And it is fun when you've got some of these young kids trying to figure it out. The question is how far the young guys can carry them. We'll continue that conversation a little bit later with Susan Slesser. On the other side, just a little follow-up to Bob Myers stepping down. I I listened to the press conference, and I read a bunch of stuff after. I was trying to listen to what Joe Lacob had to say. It's interesting how he talks about Bob Myers' path to get here and trying to. I mean, everybody wants to psychoanalyze. What does this mean? What is it saying? Could they follow a similar path? Where do they go from here? Doesn't feel like a sense of finality. But like I said, Tom, when you're making that roux for the mac and cheese, you don't have that roux. Your mac and cheese is it's a little dry. Warriors are going to need to figure out some glue that's going to hold this thing together. I heard you talking about it yesterday. He was the guy for everything. Now you need a new Wolf, man. You need somebody else to call when you got to clean all that brain and blood and bone out of the back of the car, Tom. Put some coffee on. Mr. Wolf is here. All right, on the other side, we'll get into a little bit more of Bob Myers, then Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:30. Tolbert and Copes, I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park, and we are streaming on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and on the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it's in fantastic shape. I mean, I get more credit than I deserve. There's people that work with me that deserve more credit and are going to get a chance to do more. They've already done more than people probably know. That's the great thing about this, in that it's a team. It's not me that does all these things by myself. It's my group, and they're tremendous, and they deserve more attention and credit than they've ever gotten. Joe will probably answer the next thing, and also whatever that is, will be with my full support. I end on June 30th. I'll help out whenever way makes sense for everybody.
Bob Myers yesterday, I know you and Kolsky spent some time discussing it. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, hanging out with you on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park following a Giants loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-4. We are going to catch up with Matt Mayoko on the other side and talk some OTAs, some exciting OTA stuff. We got kicker distances, Tom. We know how far kickers are making OTA field goals.
Big fan of that.
Zane Gonzalez and Moody.
Who cares?
Exactly. Number
Makes
2,
sense.
also who blanking cares. And then we'll also we'll check in with Susan Slusser here at the ballpark in just
I
a
bet
few.
you'll blank and care when the regular season starts.
I'll blank and care when a game's on the line.
That is correct.
The wind and the rain in Seattle.
Somebody misses you, blank and care.
Yeah, that's it. It's like a referee. You know what I mean? I don't need to see you. I don't need to notice you. More like a punter. How about that? A kicker. So you guys went over this, and I heard a lot of the great stuff you said. You know what it's like in a locker room like this, and when there's leadership and when there's somebody maybe even above a team leader, somebody that you can go to. And I know that Andre plays that role a lot in the locker room, and only the Warriors, I think, can put a price point, and they did, and a value on what Andre brings when he's not on the floor. For Bob Myers, I think his value is never going to be able to be measured by I say you and I, but for me and for fans and for those of us who have watched this thing grow, it's so easy to look at it and say, yeah, Steph Curry made everything easier. So we were just talking like Atlanta Braves and windows staying open. What's incredible about the Braves and even what the Dodgers have done for a decade is doing it for as long as they've done it with the same group of people, because that's a long time to go through ups and downs and trials and tribulations and a global change and salary changes and injuries and improvements and declines, still have success, have amazing failures, and yet still be able to have this type of open-ended run where it doesn't feel like it's done, but it certainly has changed now with Bob Myers going. So it's a really, for me, I think the best word I can come up with is it's a delicate place for this franchise right now, because we're in the home stretch of something that we'll never see again, like of this nature. We just won't. We may see a great team. We may see a good run. Like, think about the Phillies. They get back to the World Series last year. They had like a 4-year window before the Giants came and were like, no, we're winning this decade. They got to 2. They won 1. They went to another LCS, and that was it. And they had Hall of Fame talent there, Rollins and Utley and Howard and Cole Hamels. And, I mean, they had guys all over the place. But to keep a group together, to continue to have sustained success, takes more than I think just the guys on the court, and it takes more than just a guy at the helm like Steve. And Bob was that guy. I mean, he's the pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, but we probably should have been paying more attention, because I think his vacancy and his void is going to be felt a lot more than maybe we're aware. And not as drastic as like Sabian and Bobby Evans to Farhan. Not like that, but it's a different era. This is an 11-year run that has come to an end for him, but it's a weird feeling because the era's not over.
Yeah, if the Warriors start platooning, then I'll get worried.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen.
Steph's playing against
anytime
lefty
soon.
point guards, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's hard to measure what he brought. And before I get into that, I should say, because I didn't even mention this yesterday, it's super cool. It's not all that relevant to where the Warriors are, where they're going, but it is relevant to Bob Myers. How cool is that to grow up in this area, be a fan of this team, go off to college, he's on a team that won a national championship, become an agent. He didn't think he was going to be an executive. He's an agent. How many agents become executives? I mean, now it doesn't shock you if you hear it. Rob Pelinka's doing it down in Los Angeles. I believe there's another couple guys that are doing it, but I think he was the first or one of the first to do it. So that was like kind of out of the blue, like Bob Myers. What? Then he takes over, and then they win 4 championships. He got to do something that every fan would not only take a tenth of what he got paid, they'd probably give money to be able to do something like that. Like, you're running your favorite team, your childhood team, growing up in your favorite sport, and you end up winning championships with that team. Not only do you win championships with that team, you win championships with that team that while you're watching them grow up, between then, I think he said he was born in 75, so he didn't remember the championship. There was nothing but just, just garbage is too strong, because there was a lot of that in there too. There were some fun teams, some good teams, but it was maybe not a wasteland.
There was no culture. There was no culture. There was no identity for the team. There was no. It was
nobody cared.
No,
nobody cared. It was the Warriors.
It was an afterthought.
Warriors,
in a market
Clippers,
of champions.
Nets.
Yeah.
Warriors, Clippers, and Nets were like the teams. Everybody like, whatever. I don't even pay attention to it. They're in the league. Like, that was the Warriors forever. And it wasn't just him, obviously, but I think people now who follow the Warriors, been following the Warriors in the last decade, don't understand like how bad it was and how incredible it was for them to not get one championship. That would have been incredible enough. Nobody in 2010 would have thought this team was capable of winning a championship. Hell, just out of the lottery, please. We don't need to send poor Al Attles back to Secaucus again, all right? Let's keep him home for the draft. So winning one would have been shocking. Like, the highlight of the Warrior fans' year was the draft lottery. That was the highlight. Can we move up? Who could we get? Who are we going to draft?
Not the draft.
That was it.
The draft lottery. Yeah.
The draft lottery for 20 years, it seemed. That was the Warrior fan highlight. Like, oh, baby, this is our day. That now it's like, who cares? Who care about draft lottery? We got 4 championships. No one. One championship would have been incredible to think. A dynasty? Like one of the teams you think about when you think of greatest teams of all time? I mean, seriously, you think about the Celtics, the Lakers, maybe if you want to throw the Celtics of the 80s in there along with the Lakers, the Bulls most certainly, the Spurs. That's about it. I mean, he was really good, but for about 4 or 5 years, that's it. And they won twice. I mean, this is like legitimately one of the greatest runs in NBA history. And that came from ashes, literal ashes. And he had a part in that. I mean, he had a part of that. The biggest move I think he did. So I just wanted to get that out there. I just think it's so cool. And he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he's such a hard worker. The fact that he grew up a Warriors fan, like he's one of you. He's one of the fans. That's who he is. That's who he grew up back in the day. And I love that. But the underrated move that got them to where they are is the Iguodala trade.
Yep.
They had to jump through hoop after hoop after hoop to figure out how to get that one.
And they tried to get him before that, did they not?
I don't know if they might have. I know this one, they just didn't have the room. So they had to trade Utah. I think it was Biedrins. And I can't remember who the other one was, but it was like 2 contracts, and you had to give up 2 first-round picks. Like, here, take these, and then we'll give you picks to go along with them. In essence, what they were doing was, we're going to give you the picks to take the salary. We need to clear the salary so we can make this trade work to get Iguodala. And Iguodala was one of the first players that when they lost to the Warriors the year before, I think saw the potential of Steph and Clay. I think he was enamored with the Bay Area, was intrigued with tech and all that kind of stuff, and was probably thinking, I'd like to get into that world as well. But he saw the potential of this team. And him coming over was such a massive deal because he's always been a really good player, but back then he was like a guy. And to have a guy like that say, I want to go to the Warriors? What? Okay, people are trying to get out of here. Nobody wants to come here. People are trying to find ways to get out of being a Golden State Warrior. And he wants to come here? That was a big deal. And then the Bogut trade, and then it goes on. Steve comes on, and Durant, all that stuff, drafting Draymond in second round. But that was, to me, that was the first domino, being able to get Andre Iguodala. Not only being able to get him wanting to come here, but that was Bob, man. Bob had to jump through all kinds of hoops and work his ass off to get that trade, to make that trade happen, and he was able to, and then it just kind of started flowing. I mean, look, I don't want to ever forget it all starts with Steph. And they did, and he did, and it's a good thing they thought ahead, because if they wouldn't have been able to make that one work. So that's a lot of the stuff that people know about. Stuff that they don't know about are just all the calls he has to field from everybody. He's talking to Steve all the time. Joe calls him. Well, what'd Joe say? I'm going to miss the 5 to 20 phone calls I call him every day. Bob's probably sitting there thinking, yeah, that's why I'm retiring.
Yeah.
no more 20 phone call days for me. I need some time off. But think about that. Rod Higgins was on yesterday saying you're on call every hour of the day. 3 a.m. in the morning, somebody calls you. You got to pick up the phone. It just you don't think about that. I mean, look at these guys. I looked at a picture yesterday of Steve Kerr when they signed Kevin Durant, him and Bob Myers flanking him on each side. Steve looked like 15 years younger. I was like, oh damn, look at Steve. I mean, I see him all the time now, so I don't really notice it until I see a picture of him. I'm like, man, those coaching years are rough. Like they take it out of you. And while Bob didn't seem like he's aged that much, he kind of got the Dick Clark gene a little bit. It's stressful. Like, you get paid a lot of money, and it's really cool. You get to work in sports. Those jobs are stressful, especially when you have an owner like Joe Lacob. Joe is always thinking about what next. How do we get better? What do you need? What are the resources you need to get better? If you're not getting it done, why aren't you getting it done? What else do you need? I'll give you what you need, but you got to produce. And I think that's a great thing. As a fan, I think it's a great thing. Your owner wants to win all the time, but that's demanding. I mean, there is a toll that is taken throughout that process, that when you want to win and you're willing to give everybody what they need to win, they better win. I mean, they better deliver or they're going to hear about it, and I'm sure they heard about it quite a bit. And then you got to deal with the players. Draymond probably wasn't easy to deal with while he was there. I'm sure Steph's a dream, but like, every player has their little things you need to massage and take care of, and do this, and then dealing with Steve, and him and Steve are really, really good friends, and but I'm sure they had some disagreements on how to do certain. It's constant, and then the business side of it as well. Don't forget about that. You got to deal with some of that too. It's consuming, and I could see someone who is as confident as he has had as much success as he has, saying, I'm just going to do something else. Because, look, most guys, they're in it. They're lifers. They're basketball lifers. And they're like, I'm not getting off this gravy train. You kidding me? They're going to have to kick me off of this thing. And then maybe I'll go scratching and clawing. But I'm not leaving voluntarily. Well, there's two reasons for that. One, the money's incredible. And two, they're not really sure what to do with themselves. Like, they've been consumed with basketball. Their whole identity is basketball, pretty much their entire life.
And even
so
the
without,
agent. Yeah,
without basketball, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Bob is very confident in who he is, and he loves basketball. He's not defined by basketball. I've said that many times. So I think he feels like he's fine. He's like, I'm good. I will work out. If I want to get another basketball job, I'm sure he'll be able to get another basketball job, no problem whatsoever. But if he wants to go into something else, he can do that. But it's not, because you know how some people feel like, if I jump off the train ain't waiting for me.
Yeah.
And by the time I want to get back on, too late. It's gone. Train's gone now. He doesn't feel that way. He's like, oh, the train's gone, but it'll come back for me. We'll be good. But a lot of people that's why guys take bad NBA jobs sometimes. There's only 30 of them. Like, oh, if I don't take it this time, maybe I'll never get another chance again. Instead of being confident, secure in your abilities and say, you know what, I'm not taking that job, because that job, I'm going to get fired in 2 years. And then it's going to be a long time before I get another chance to get another job.
The NFL's the king of that. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You got to turn.
But it's enticing.
You got to know when to say no in the NFL. Like, you got to turn jobs down.
It's so enticing, right? How intoxicating is it to be able to run your own show? You are the man, right? You're one of the faces of the franchise, and there's only 32 of those jobs. So you're like, I got to take it. I got to take it. I would almost rather have a guy like that has turned down a couple jobs, because that means they're super confident in who they are. Like,
they're looking for the right situation for them.
I don't have to have that. It's like when people took the Clipper job back in the day. Clippers were so bad. I was like, what are these people doing? They know they're going to get fired. Sterling's going to fire him. That's what happens. You come, you work for the Clippers, you suck, you get fired.
Yeah, but I can
maybe within a year
for 25.
Yeah, it's like, I'm done.
Same guy. Elton Brand's out there.
I'm like, what are these people doing? But as Alvin Gentry once told me, the head coaching checks are a lot better than the assistant coaching checks. So, there's a lot of coaches say, I just want to get like 4 years of that. Get 4 years of that, I'm good. I don't even need to get another 4 years.
Guaranteed, too.
Yeah, if you're into longevity and you want to keep having a shot, I would almost rather hire a coach that's already turned down a couple opportunities to be a head coach, because that means they're confident in who they are and they don't want to just jump at any opportunity. Because I think a lot of guys, I don't blame them, by the way. I do not blame them, because that is really good money, and if you could get it going in the right direction, then you're good to go for a while. But some of those jobs are just waiting for somebody to come to the gallows. That's basically all it is.
Yeah, and now we're sort of waiting to see who the next guy in line is going to be. Joe Lacob said he hasn't decided yet, and if there's going to be a restructure in the front office. Sounds like an internal promotion is likely, which something we had anticipated, but we'll see which direction they go. Is it going to be Mike Dunleavy? Could it be Kirk Lacob? It could be a variety of things, and we'll see how they decide to go about it. But something Bob Myers did make clear is that this was not just him. It was a variety of people and their team that got this done, and I believe that. And Tom, you've spoken to that. Steve speaks to that all the time. I don't think anybody gets this thing done, except maybe Steph Curry. He's like maybe the one guy where like, yeah, okay, maybe he does more than everybody else. Maybe he's the one guy who can carry a load. On the other side, let's catch up with Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. He actually had some really interesting thoughts on the Bob Myers press conference, what we just talked about, watching in real time, some of the reasons why a guy might step down from an incredible moment like this or an incredible run. We kept saying, who would walk away from Steph Curry? Well, there are other reasons behind this, and you said basketball is not the end-all, be-all for Bob Myers. Matt Mayoko had some interesting thoughts there, as well as his thoughts on what John Lynch had to say earlier today about the progress of Brock Purdy. We'll see what Matt had to say as he was out at OTAs for the 49ers. And then Susan Slusser stops by the bunker here at Oracle Park. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer's almost here. In fact, I'm going to say it is here. Memorial Day already happened. That means summer is here. What do you want to do during the summer? A little summer getaway. No better way to do that and do it affordably than in your Honda. Nice little road trip. You get the fuel efficiency. Check. How about fun? You have all the gadgets. You need all the gadgets, right? You got a family, have all the gadgets. You want to watch something. You want to Bluetooth. You want to listen to this. You want to do that. Everyone's good. No worries whatsoever. Of course, you want to be safe. They have an incredible array of safety features. You got everything. You got saving money at the pump. Nice. You got gadgets. Very nice. You have fun to drive. So what else could you ask for? Nothing. That's what. So before you hit the road this summer, hit up your NorCal Honda dealer. There's great lease and financing options happening right now on every new model. For more information, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm here at the bunker at Oracle Park. We are streaming live on KNBR.com, on YouTube, and on the KNBR app.
Yep.
What's that?
Yep.
Oh, that was Tim. Sorry, I thought Tom was saying something. We have made the connection with our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. I guess that means he covers the 49ers. What's up, Matty? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Just heading over the Sunol grade right now after a day of OTAs. But, no, all is good in the world.
Where does the Sunol grade rate? Above or below the OTAs in how you spent your day?
It's definitely the low light of my day. Yeah, the top of the grade is the low light of the day. Although you guys are helping me out, because usually I start to doze off, so I start calling people just to like talk and stay awake. So you guys are serving quite a purpose for me and my health at this point.
Keeping the road safe.
That's what we like to do.
Yeah.
We like to provide a public service. So I feel like we're. Do you know what the actual grade of the grade is?
It's 7.37%.
Nice. Very
No,
nice.
I
Look
had
at you.
I was like, no way he has.
So you thought I
way too
believed you?
confidently.
You thought I believed you? I might have believed you when you said 7.3. As soon as you added the other digit on it, then I'm like, get out of here. No sign.
Yeah, that was kind of the point. Yeah, I did not. I did not break out my surveying equipment for the day, but
you should do that. That'd be. You know what? That's a nice little off-season activity for you.
that would be fun. I always see those guys with their little tripods set up.
Yes.
And I wonder if those are those real? Is there some instrument attached to those, and what does it measure? That would be my off-season goal for
total
next
BS.
year.
It's total BS. Those things.
Yeah, I think they're robbing
I
people.
think they're casing something for sure.
Yes,
By the way, I
exactly.
found it. I found the grid.
Did you?
662 feet.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, that's not a grade. I didn't know that.
Elevation at
Is that
660
like a
feet. You need the
5-degree
actual.
grade?
You want like the rake of it, like
Yeah, like the what?
like a
The
degree.
rake?
Is that what you want?
Are we playing
Like
poker?
rake has a lot of different terms. I think in staging it's different.
Let's talk kickers.
I'd rather talk Warriors.
Well, please do. What do you? I'm wondering. No, I'm curious because you've lived here a long time, and you know Bob Meyer's story. Went to Monte Vista High School and ended up being the general manager and president of basketball ops for the Warriors, winning 4 championships. I mean, it's an incredible story. But I know you're a Kings fan, but I think you can speak on Warriors. You've lived around here long enough. Long enough.
Well,
I mean, give me your thoughts on the whole thing and how unprecedented that is in sports, where someone just is confident enough to walk away from a gravy train like that.
Yeah, you know what? It kind of struck me, especially when Joe Lacob got up there and Bob stayed up there, and you could see both of them as each other was talking. Mm-hmm. It struck me just the dynamic, ownership to management to coach, and how delicate that can be based on the owner. And I think one of the first things that kind of popped into my mind was that, the 49ers dynasty, Eddie DeBarlo in the role of Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, I guess, in the role of Bill Walsh to a degree. And then John McVay, the voice of reason, the guy in the middle, who, the story goes, dozens of times while Bill Walsh was the head coach, he either quit or got fired. And now I'm not saying that was a dynamic with the Warriors, but you need that kind of calming voice in the middle. And that was John McVay with the 49ers. And, Bob seems to have such a good temperament about him, but even as he's talking as if that was his final day on the job, and then it sure seemed like Joe broke some news to him that, oh no, you're staying until June 30th, and I'm going to grind every fiber of your being out of you. And you could just kind of see, like, oh, that's the reason, the 5 to 20 phone calls. And I mean, it takes a huge toll, when, we've all had bosses, and thankfully I don't have one now, but, we've all had people that, when they would call you, you'd go like, oh, not again. Yeah. And it was never 5 to 20 times in a day for me, but it saps the enjoyment out of the job. So it was really interesting to see. And I think, when you think about, when I think now being around the 49ers and just being around professional sports, you know what? General managers are, I guess, some are better than others, but they all hit, if they're in it long enough, they all hit, they all miss. Coaches are typically better when you have better players, but I think the successful franchises are the ones that have, the coach, the GM, the owner, that are all on the same page. It's the relationships, it's keeping things sane inside the building. And sometimes, ownership who is grinding, that brings out the best in people. Sometimes it brings out the worst in people. Sometimes, success divides teams. Sometimes failure divides teams. So it's a really fascinating, to me, dynamic of all that. And, Bob was clearly a huge part of the ability for the Warriors to keep things going in a championship level, even apart from the players he brought in. But you could tell that he has this ability to, build consensus, to keep everybody on the same page, and not allow for weird stuff to divide the team. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Warriors are able to move forward without Bob Myers in that organization.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you how, because I want to relate it to the 49ers, because I think that's part of the success they've had is the collaborative nature between Lynch and Shanahan, kind of like with Myers and Kerr. But this one's a little bit different in that Shanahan was there first, and then they hired Lynch. And the conventional wisdom was, well, look, Shanahan's going to do what he wants to do. He likes Lynch, but he's going to bring somebody in where he can just kind of – but it seems more like a 50-50 proposition now. Like whatever was there, and I'm not sure. Lynch is a really smart guy and very well spoken, and I can see him being able to handle, navigate some of those waters he has to navigate between the owner, the coaches, the players. Oh, he can hit all that because he's been in football for so long. How's that relationship evolved from the time they got there to where they are now? Because I'm sure Shanahan, if he really wanted something, he's going to get it. But I don't know. It just seems more like a 50-50 proposition now.
Yeah, I think, whenever you have a situation where one person is hired before the other guy, and basically, John Lynch is here because of Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
I think it was going to be difficult, I think, to find a general manager that meshed with Kyle. Kyle is not an easy person. He rides that emotional roller coaster, and it was fortuitous that either he found Lynch or Lynch kind of found Kyle, and I almost think Lynch convinced Kyle that he should be the general manager before Kyle even realized that Lynch was in essence kind of interviewing for that job, because they talked on a different level as an analyst who had just done a Falcons game, and they stayed in contact, and the more they talked, Kyle was like, I think Kyle had to see that for himself. Instead of John calling him and saying, "Hey, I'm interested in becoming the general manager," I have a hard time believing that in the back of Lynch's mind he wasn't kind of already thinking in that term. But Kyle had to become convinced of that. But I think really what John's, again, I think with John, like with all general managers, he has had some tremendous swings and misses, and he's had some incredible, 478-foot Ohtani home run.
Yeah.
But where John and Kyle work so well together is that I think John is good for Kyle, and Kyle is good for John. I saw it today, on the practice field. Kyle Shanahan kind of gets into it with an NFLPA rep, and next thing you know, there goes John Lynch over there to kind of talk to the rep and calm matters down. And I'm sure that during the season, that's a daily occurrence where Kyle might be upset about something, but John comes in and just says, "Okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's talk about this. Let's analyze it. Let's figure out where we go from here." And so it's been a very successful run. 49er fans will routinely say, "Well, it hasn't been that successful because they haven't won a Super Bowl." But you can tell how the organization just conducts its business compared to how it was in the many years before Lynch and Shanahan arrived on the scene.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. John Lynch earlier today was on Sirius XM. He was talking Brock Purdy, and he talked about sort of going back over the film. And you always wonder, is a guy like a flash in the pan, or is he capable of building on this and continuing this? Here's what John Lynch had to say about Brock Purdy, his offseason, and hitting all the timelines. I just want to hit this soundbite here and then get your reaction, Matt. Here's John Lynch.
There's certain markers that you hit. He was 12 weeks out, and that meant it was time to throw. He did so and responded really well. He's just had one session thus far, but, we're incredibly encouraged by that. We'll take it as it comes, as we're doing. He's working incredibly hard, and the early returns are really good. So hitting all the timelines.
I guess my question, Matt, is we don't know anything till he hits the field. We keep hearing this stuff. We're hopeful, we're optimistic. He's hitting the timelines. That's all fine and good. That there's no setbacks. As long as there's no setbacks, I'm feeling good about where Brock is. I guess my question is, what happens to the development of a quarterback like that? When they say we've gone back, we've looked at the tape, and it wasn't flash in the pan stuff. He was playing football at a high level. He was making big throws. He won them some games down the stretch at the end of the year with his play. How does a guy like that, how is he capable of building without an offseason? Because he's coming back. It's like you look back at Buster Posey. It's what made that MVP in 2012 so incredible, that the guy had missed like a whole year and a half, broke his leg, came back and was better than before. I don't anticipate he'll be better than when he got hurt, but what does the beginning of the season look like for Brock, you think?
Well, Brock just asked him about that last week, about what he is able to do now compared to a year ago. And the physical part of throwing a football hasn't been there, which, this isn't breaking news here. That's kind of an important aspect of being able to play quarterback at the NFL level. But the feeling is, if the throwing comes back, like right now, it's on pace, maybe even ahead of pace as far as getting the arm strength back and being able to throw. So much of playing football, especially quarterback at the NFL level, is seeing it. It's the mental part. It's the decision making. It's just kind of knowing what to anticipate before it happens. And Purdy said that it's night and day, where he is now as opposed to where he was a year ago. And, his brain was swimming. He didn't know what the heck he was doing. He was, burning the midnight oil just to be able to go to the practice field and not embarrass himself by not knowing any of the plays or any of his responsibilities. So from that standpoint, he feels like he's far ahead of where he was as a rookie. And then it's the other part is now once he's cleared and once he's being able to throw the football, does the throwing part of it come back? Because I think mentally, he should be much sharper than he was, at least early on as a rookie. So the belief within the organization is that he can continue to improve as a quarterback while not being able to actually throw a football.
Yeah,
and that's debatable. To me, that's kind of hard to believe. But what John Lynch also said, and Kyle Shanahan has said this too, is that what his success was last year, it wasn't smoke and mirrors. It wasn't, doing something that he's just simply not capable of doing or not repeating, not capable of repeating. What he did was he played quarterback the way he was coached to. And can he improve? Did he make some mistakes? He did. Not very many of them, backfired, or not very many of them were exploited in ways that really cost the football team. But the reason he is the presumptive starter, the reason he is the guy who's more than likely going to be the starting quarterback if he's healthy, is because of what they saw and how they believe that he can continue to grow as his career progresses.
If he hits all the timelines, would that put him on track to start opening day?
It sounds that way. I mean, when the way they talked about it initially was 3 months to begin throwing, and then another 3 months to ramp up, to get his arm back, to be 100% cleared. But it sounds like, a lot of the throwing mechanics were being done, albeit with a towel in his hand and not a football. So, I think we all had this vision of, okay, he can start throwing a football now. And what does that mean? Just like 3-yard tosses, day one, and then day 3, moving back to 5 yards. But it sounds like he's throwing a little bit, certainly not airing it out. But I don't think it's one of those things where, at 6 months, at 5 months, 3 weeks and 6 days, he's barely throwing to, the 3-month mark or the 6-month mark. Now he's just airing it out. He's fully cleared. So, but by what they've said the last couple of weeks, it sounds like they expect him, on the field during training camp in some form, being able to do some stuff and then getting, fully cleared, say 2 weeks before the start of the regular season. And now he's able to make all those throws.
Trey Lance can't catch a break.
And take a hit.
Shit,
Yeah.
Trey Lance can't catch a break, man.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to have like a
right?
month.
Well, Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, watching those guys on the practice field today, they both look good, but it might not matter. If Brock Purdy is cleared, it certainly sounds like from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that it's Brock Purdy's job. So, Brock Purdy's, his goal is to get cleared and then play well enough and stay healthy enough that those two other guys never even sniff the field.
Exactly. Don't give him a sniff. That's what he's thinking right now. Just keep him right there on the bench. There's part of me that feels bad for Trey Lance because I don't know that he's ever really, and look, they know more than I do, obviously, because they see him all the time, but I would just like to see him. Like last year, it looked like he was going to get a shot, didn't work out, and that's ultimately how they found Brock Purdy. Like, whoa, hey, look what we have here. So, I don't know, maybe one of those situations where he's going to have to go somewhere else to get a shot. But I thought maybe he might get a shot this year. We'll see what he looks like in preseason, but. Yeah, if you got to do it. There's no other way around it. Purdy was so good last year. He has to be the starter. He just does. It doesn't mean he's good enough where I say, hey, you're the starter no matter what happens. He hasn't done that much yet. Like, if he goes out there and biffs it like 3 out of 4 games, I'm like, okay, we got to go. We're going to go with Trey. Let's see what he can do. But off the rip, you got to let him be the starter. He has to be.
Yeah, the thing about Trey Lance is he's got a long career ahead of him, theoretically.
Yeah.
He's only 23 years old. However, he's never going to get more of a chance to prove himself with any future team, assuming there are future teams, than he had with the 49ers, the team that traded up to pick him number 3 overall. No other team is going to put that kind of investment forward to acquire him. And if Brock Purdy plays like they expect him to and gets healthy like they expect him to, then Trey Lance's entire runway will be 1 full year to get ready and then less than 5 quarters of real action until he got Wally pipped.
Dang. That's rough.
That is rough.
That's rough.
And honestly, it's through no fault of Trey Lance.
No, none.
And the injuries, even the finger injury year one that at the time didn't seem like a big deal, but we find out later that it was, and then the injury last year. It very well could be. He's absolutely the guy the 49ers thought he was or hoped he could be. Maybe they haven't given up on that. But it's like, well, do you want to take this major projection and put a guy out there that we think can be a really good quarterback, or do you go with the guy that already is a really good quarterback based on not only how he played in 6 regular season games, but how he played in 2 postseason games in which the 49ers won and moved into the NFC Championship game?
Nope, no doubt. Matt, be safe. Stay awake. Keep listening. Susan Slesser's coming up next, so keep listening. You get all your Giants news, and you can stay awake all the way into the driveway.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll call back and I'll discuss the Giants. Since I already covered the Warriors,
yes,
and the 49ers after Susan talks, I will call back in and we'll discuss the Giants as well.
That would be fantastic. Maybe a little shark talk. as well.
Susan's actually here, Matt.
Matt. I don't know. You just stay in your own lane, man. If you want, I'll take over the 49ers coverage if you guys would like.
Fair enough.
They have someone
just give the same takes for Pat Bailey and Joey Bart that you just did for Brock and Trey.
Oh my God. Susan's job got a lot more fun the last couple of weeks. I can tell you that.
That is actually accurate. That's
no
good
doubt
reporting.
about it.
Thanks, Matt. We'll see you next week, dude.
All right. Have a good one, Matt. Coming up, we're going to talk to Susan Slusser down in the bunker with Copes after the Giants drop a 9-4 tilt to the Pirates today. Time for a little baseball next, right here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants draw back-to-back games for the first time since May 14th. Lose their first series in 4 after winning 4 consecutive series. They'll open a new one against the Orioles this weekend. More trending on KNBR.com.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right, one of our favorite conversations every week, and always fun when we can do it from the bunker here at Oracle Park. And you can see her streaming live, KNBR.com, on the KNBR app, and on YouTube. Susan Schlosser joins us following a Giants series loss to the Pirates and a 9-4 loss today, but not a lifeless loss, Susan. I like Matt Mayoka was just on with us, and he just said your job got a lot more fun in the last couple of weeks. It feels like baseball's a lot more fun in the last couple of weeks. Hell of a month of May for the Giants hitters and for the bullpen. Bullpen was fantastic.
Bullpen was absolutely phenomenal. And then Luke Jackson makes his Giants debut today. 11 pitch inning, 2 strikeouts. And he and Gabe Kapler cracked open a bottle of Japanese whiskey, some fancy stuff.
Was it Hibiki?
Afterwards. No, it was Yamazaki 12.
So it's a good year, right? You're 12.
My knowledge of Japanese whiskey is slim, but anyway, it was well deserved. Very cool. What a nice thing on a day that was you're right. It wasn't. It's not like it was a blah day.
They battled a little bit. They just couldn't come back.
Yeah. It was one of those weird, frustrating games for a pitcher because it was ground balls just in the wrong spot, nonstop. There wasn't
Players
anything.
Out of position. J.D. Davis up the line on that play. There was some weird stuff.
There was some weird stuff. A couple of errors, but. It was, for the most part, nothing really bad. They had plenty of guys on base again, just didn't quite put together a really big inning, but had opportunities in multiple innings and et cetera, et cetera. But Luke Jackson was very good, liked that, and Pat Bailey, man, my goodness. I saw after the game that 12 RBIs in 11 games is his second most in the first 12 games as a Giant in franchise history, besides... Wow. Some dude in 1942 that I'd not heard of.
Some dude in 1942.
Yeah. Oh, there's Tom.
Hey.
I thought you'd gone away. Hey.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, hey.
I'm right here. Me and Pippi are just hanging out, enjoying the show. Before I ask you the question, you mentioned whiskey. Do you drink whiskey?
I'm more of a tequila gal.
Nice.
All right.
Do you think someone could, because Japanese whiskey might as well be Jack Daniels to me, but do you think somebody who just drinks whiskey, not a whiskey expert, could put on a blindfold, American whiskey, Scotch, or the English, whatever, and Japanese whiskey and tell you what country it came from?
I'm sure there are some people that can do that. Like just your normal average Joe Blow. I have a, maybe a shot after work or something. Probably could.
If you have a refined palate for that, it's something. It's a train.
Bang a shot of Japanese whiskey home.
I mean, I've got a handful of friends that can do that sort of thing with wine, which blows me away. So I would imagine there are definitely people that can do it with whiskey.
That comes from the northern region of Japan.
The northern region.
That terroir.
Now, I would just guess, even though they got beat worse today, that last night's game probably irked them more than today's game because the Acevedo, thank you. I was moving the V back for no reason. Acevedo was just walking the house. They walked 7 guys through the first 6 1/3. I would imagine that irked him a little bit that they weren't able to cash a few more of those home.
Yeah, the 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position that's never a fun day. I think that leaves everybody feeling a little bit, out of sorts. And that's really one thing, you guys know it always feels like when a team is doing badly with runners in scoring position, like they just never manage. Oh, look at the number of times all they do is strain guys. Of course, that's not true. This whole month they've actually been hitting like crazy with runners in scoring position. So they were due probably a few games like this. You can't keep up that kind of pace. The fact that they've had them sort of back-to-back days. Today was actually fine. They just weren't getting extra base hits. And how long are they going to sit on that 99 splash hits, by the way? That seems like it's been a long time.
Bonds ain't walking through that door. Neither is Brandon Belt or Pablo Sandoval, so it might be a while. Until Wade gets another one.
Conforto's a left-handed hitter, and the heel thing, I think they caught a break because it could have been something bad.
He was on a scooter today. I walked in right around first pitch, and he was rolling in on nursing the ankle, kind of not on one of the knee scooters. He wasn't wearing a brace or anything on it, but
razor
he was in street. I don't know if it was electric or if it was razor. I think it was electric, but he was just kind of like whipping around the bowels of the stadium here before the game, so he wasn't putting weight on it. There's my report for today.
Well, that's what he said. He couldn't put weight on it this morning, but after treatment he could. So he said it's going to be pain management, and that's a good thing. He strikes me as a guy who, after the number of shoulder surgeries he's had, is probably pretty good managing pain. He can't do anything structural to it, so he can play on a bruise. It's a heel pad bruise rather than a bone bruise, so which is better, but I'm sure isn't a load of fun to run on in baseball cleats.
Do you feel like a lot of the things we talked about, Susan, early on are kind of, I mean, they'll never just move off to the side, but I don't think about them as much. I don't think about a team that can't score without home runs. I don't think about a team that gives up way too many unearned runs. I mean, they're not great defensively, and I don't think about a team whose bullpen is iffy at best. Like, I think they've kind of rectified at least two of those. The defense has been better, but it's still, like I said, it can be shaky at times. But they're scoring without home runs, and the bullpen just seems to be in much better shape than it was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is definitely better. I mean, I think just adding Bailey makes a huge difference there. And Kapler today kind of took exception to the fact that we keep going Schmidt and Bailey like they're the same guy. He's very clear, like they're both their own guys who are both really good defensively. And Schmidt's been playing multiple positions and doing pretty well there. So he's certainly very competent defensively. I still, like most people in baseball, I would like to see him at third base full time because he is a superior third baseman. But JD Davis has been very good today's little. I went and asked JD what he was doing when he wasn't covering third base at the end of that play with it, which wound up not hurting them, thankfully. He said he actually scraped his hand when he landed diving for that ball, and he thought that the ball had already gotten back in. He didn't realize that it would still hadn't come back in. So.
I got to tell you, it doesn't make it a whole lot better.
It doesn't. But you know what? He's not the only one that could cover third. Alex Wood, if he hadn't had his head down, could have gotten over there.
And then he was pretty peeved about it after, too. He spiked the ball.
Yeah, so, I'm not going to say that's all on him. But he did at least have a reason. And he said it was, I asked him about it was balls to his left, balls to his right all day. And he said all their positioning, they go like, okay, for this guy, you're on the line, you go to the line. And then they'd hit it in the hole. So the next time up, he'd stand in the hole, and then they'd hit it on the line. It was one of those kind of days. That just happens sometimes.
Talking to Susan Slusser here in the bunker at Oracle Park. So you mentioned Luke Jackson made his Giants debut today, and I was thinking a guy coming off. It's cool because this really is like an addition to the team. They signed this guy in the offseason. He had to battle back. They've done this a couple of times. We never got to reap the benefits of Matt Boyd. I know they shipped him up to Seattle last year maybe, or wherever they traded him. I think he's back in Detroit now. Or he was earlier this year.
Yep.
Anyway, they're going to see if they can get something out of Luke Jackson, a former Atlanta Brave right-hander. He looked really good today. Threw a lot of breaking balls, a lot of off-speed stuff. He's got like a 83-mile-an-hour curveball and a 87, 88 slider that looked really good. I thought it was cool. After he got his first strikeout, he threw the ball back to the authenticator, and I nudged one of the guys we were with from KNBR. I said, dude, that's cool. He's hanging on to his first strikeout after Tommy John. That's a comeback for a guy that's not in any other sport. ACLs happens. Tommy John is like, you got to relearn how to hold the baseball for the first time and work everything back. Now he's here. What is he going to bring to the bullpen? Came up with the Rangers in 2015. He's got some miles on the arm, but he's a veteran reliever who most recently in 2021 posted a 1.98 ERA for the Braves in 71 games.
Miles on the shoulder, but that elbow's brand new. So, yeah. People talk about Tommy John like it's just an automatic that guys come back at full and sometimes better strength. That's not true. It's like, 60 to 80%, I think, is the success rate. That's not, you hear people asking, like, should my kid have Tommy John surgery because guys get better afterwards? What are you talking? Like, not everyone, it's not an easy rehab. It's really excruciating. And sometimes guys don't feel comfortable initially. Brebbia, when he came, that he signed in similar conditions.
Yeah.
Had Tommy John, went through the rehab, came back, and he was not that effective when he came back that first half season. It took him a while, and it usually does take a while. And Luke Jackson was very honest yesterday when he came off the IL, and he said, my control is there, but the command isn't. I'm throwing strikes, but I'm not necessarily throwing the strikes I want to. He doesn't have that pinpoint command. And he even said the same thing today. I thought he looked great.
Yeah.
He thinks he's not where he should be. Now, it's one outing, but for just coming off the IL after Tommy John, that's a whale of an outing. I think that's significant. Plus, confidence level goes up, and he winds up maybe in a high leverage spot next time or soon. He's got that kind of experience, and he's got postseason experience. This is a nice addition to the. This is like one of the like they say, like almost a midseason trade kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're bringing in a guy with that kind of track record.
Although I do not encourage Tommy John surgery, I do advocate very strongly for Tommy John underwear. Very comfortable and breathable.
Good
Just
to know.
thought I'd share that with everybody. Let me ask you about Bailey. I want to ask you about Bailey and Schmidt at the same time. I don't want to irk the manager, the skipper.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that.
Did he play other sports growing up? Because he looks, I was telling Copes, he looks like an athlete. Like he's more of an athlete than you would expect a catcher to be.
I don't know.
I'd be curious to find out because he does. Wouldn't you agree that he looks more like an, like if you were watching him play baseball and he was just throwing and hitting in BP, you wouldn't necessarily peg him for a catcher with his body type, and he can move. He's got a little agility to him. He just looks a little different than most catchers.
He does. You know, he's not stocky. But then, you know, they've got Blake Sable, who doesn't have a catcher body type whatsoever.
No, he's just a big dude.
You know, but Bart's the only one that you might, you know, if you took one of the three of them and said which one's a catcher, you'd go like that guy. But yeah, Sable's got that kind of Joe Mauer build where you're like, wow, maybe you're a little too tall or gangly for this. But I do think that the athleticism and the ability, you know, everyone keeps talking about it. We've seen it here now 2 games in a row, the ability to throw from any position and quickly and accurately, which is unusual. And I was asking Kapler before the game, does that remind you of anyone? And, you know, he's young. You don't want to throw out crazy comps for a young guy, really. But he's and he kind of said like, but he said Real Mutu, which makes sense, and Pudge Rodriguez, which is who he reminds me of. And I covered Pudge for 2 years with Texas. And it was the same, like those snap throws, no matter where the ball wound up, snap throw,
he almost has 2
right
chances.
away.
He can bobble. That's what I was saying to Tom at the beginning of the show. I was like, he had a couple today where it was like he bobbled or whipped it out of the glove and fumbled it, and then still had a throw where he had a shot to get the guy. And I was like, how did he? One, he's got insane velocity out of his hand. But also, he's got a quick release. Like you said, it's just sort of that quick to the ear and get rid of it. Have any of the pitchers said anything about how he's been handling the staff?
Oh, they love him. I mean, they absolutely love him. I think they're almost afraid to say how much because I don't think they want to like make it sound like, well, we can't, like the other guys are no good. They liked the other catchers. This is none of this. But I think he's special behind the plate. I really do. I think he's just a degree above. And at that age, so unusual. With the upper echelon of guys for calling games, framing pitches, blocking pitches, throwing, just kind of general awareness and the way he handles himself. I think he's giving the pitchers an awful lot of confidence, which maybe you might not get with somebody with less experience or whose skill set's maybe a little different.
Just a thought from you on Camilo Doval, because he had a hell of a month. I think he had 11 saves this month. Led the majors in saves in the month of May. Giants had the best bullpen ERA in baseball. I think it was under 2.6 or something. I don't know the exact number. Was it 2.56, something like that, Susan? Do you know?
Yeah, you know what? I lost track. And then going into today, I know over the last 15 games it was 0.80, and obviously, it gave up a few today.
Right. Giants bullpen ERA entering today, I believe, is 2.46 month of May. So adding Luke Jackson gives him a lot of extra oomph, as you pointed out there at the back end of the bullpen. But I was thinking about it today, and I know he came in just to sort of get some work. But I'm at the point with Doval where I'm pretty confident. Like, I'm as confident as I've been in a Giants closer in a long time. Brian Wilson even had his iffy moments. Before that, it was, patchworking together, and there's Benitez, and they had Dustin Hermanson and Hergis and stuff back there. But you got to go back. Even Rob Nett. I mean, Rob Nett was people are affectionate about it now. That was a heart attack. Like, he couldn't hold guys on base. That was stressful for Rob Nett, and I love the guy. But Camilo Doval, as long as he's, like, paying attention to the pitch clock, like, I don't feel like walks or hits rattle him late in the game.
I don't think any,
it's kind of cold-blooded, which I like.
They always say Camilo
Tranquilo.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think much bothers him at all. Yeah. He's going to have some bad outings, and every closer does, absolutely. But the good thing is it won't bother him. I think he is he's always confident, but I think he is on another level this year with the confidence. I think he's really putting himself in line for All-Star game consideration. He certainly should be. He better be named reliever of the month. I don't necessarily care about monthly awards, but if you're going to hand him out, he's the guy this month.
You ready for his May? Just real quick, his May. 13 games. Giants were 12-1 in the games that he pitched in. The one, I guess 12-2. It would have been 14 games, I think, if you add today, because I don't think they included 12 and 2/3 innings pitch entering today. 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 20 strikeouts to 4 walks, a .71 ERA, a 114 batting average against in the month of May for Toval. I mean,
it's hard to imagine a better month. Yeah.
He's as good as you get, and he threw 61% strikes. Like he's fantastic. He's one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah,
and it's just going to happen.
Yeah, and he's just the coolest customer. That like kind of slow saunter in from the bullpen. Yeah. It's like, I don't care about the pitch clock. I love it.
That's a great sort of blank you mentality for a clock. I don't even care about the pitch clock. Well, 1-run game, big deal. I'll strike out in my own time.
I mean, as several people have pointed out, he gets the glove check when he comes in because it's the 9th inning, so he doesn't have to worry about the pitch clock when he comes into games. He might be in trouble otherwise. But it is I love watching that little slow kind of saunter. His little runway model kind of cracks me up.
Maybe after Friday night's game, if the Giants win and he gets a save, maybe you could ask Gabe Kapler. Do you feel comfortable enough now to call him your closer?
Well, we like to keep our options open.
They love their options open.
Yeah. It's just one of the many options that we.
I think he did confirm that to us earlier this year. I think Tom jokingly said it.
Did he say closer? I don't know if he might have said yes. I'm gonna get Farhan next time we talk. I'm
gonna backpedal.
I just want you to say, Camilo. Say these 3 words, Camilo, the closer. Yeah. Just say those. I'm gonna see if I can get him to say those 3 words.
I appreciate what you're trying to ask me. I'm not gonna,
yeah.
I know. I don't like to be hemmed really in. I like to. I like wiggle room.
Out of spite, he will into it. Tom, I think that's a great question and an approach to that. But Susan, always love catching up. Thanks so much for coming by. You've had a long day. Get out of here.
Fantastic. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks,
Susan. For welcoming me in the bunker. Bye, Tom, at the alternate location.
It's a hell of a sign-off from Celeste here. All right, Tom, bye. All right, Celeste.
I'm not sure he exists. I think he's a hologram.
We've been through this with somebody else recently. I think it was Mark Spears who went through this whole bit with. All right. On the other side, we've got a little bit of sound soiree. There's some good stuff out there in the sound soiree for today. We got a sound soiree coming up for you, and then we'll see what FP Santangelo is going on tonight at the top of the hour. Giants lose 9-4. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Giants pitcher Ryan Walker joined Papa Lund today to discuss how he's been acclimated to the clubhouse. That podcast and more trending on the all-new KNBR app. everybody. Adam Copeland back. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Tell the people what they do if they can't pay their taxes.
They call us, and that's dependent on how much they owe. If you owe between $10,000 and $50,000, there's a special program where we can help you very inexpensively, and we want to get you a good result. If you owe more than $50,000, that's okay too. There are different programs. Whether we ask the government to forgive part and you only pay part, if you qualify, or pay in monthly installments or get the penalties forgiven, or just leave you alone till you get on your feet. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for all these new agents to come and get you and do something bad to you. Let us just take over, take care of your problems. You can relax, enjoy your life, and sleep at night and have a normal life.
Steve, you got all the answers. That's why you give Steve Moskowitz a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Back into a Sound Soiree for Wednesday, May 31st. Final day of May. Giants ending May at 500. And where were they at the end of April, Tom? Because remember we were joking about extrapolating it out, and
I want to say there were 6 games under it. So I think that's the most they've been. I'm not sure if that was after April, but I want to say there were 17 and 23. That probably would have been earlier this month, right?
maybe, but they started in March too. They had a couple of games in March, so they could have gone March through April with that record. But
okay.
I can get you their exact record, but we'll get you a.
But I think 17 and 23 is when they started kicking it in a little bit.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I mean, you don't want to the rookies and the young guys to have to carry the load all season, but a guy like Conforto getting hot when he did, clearly Haniger has figured a little bit out. He's been swinging the bat better. J.D. Davis, I imagine, will come back around, and then some of the other bats, like Wade, just walks every time up.
He does.
It's like I'd like some more pop from him, but I'm like, damn, he gets on base. What more do you want? The Giants in the month of March, they were 0-1, April 11 and 15.
11 and 15?
So they were 11 and 16 entering the month of May. And they went 17 and 11. 127 runs.
Solid.
Scored. They gave up 38 fewer runs this month than they gave up last month. And they scored one more. So it was the pitching. I mean, they scored about the same. The pitching came around.
Well, I mean, look what Logan Webb's been doing. Right? He had a rough start to the season, and he's been nails.
He's been incredible.
Just flat nails. And they got their rotation lined up nicely for the Orioles this weekend.
Well, you're hitting a stretch here that's going to be a little bit tough as far as the schedule goes, too. Like, this is going to be a nice test here for the next month or so. The month of June is going to be a bit of a challenge. You got the Padres this month. You get the Orioles, as you mentioned. You might get the Dodgers this month, too, right? You might go down to LA. Anyway, you get some tougher opponents. You're going to see the Cardinals again, who are playing a lot better ball than the last time you saw them. So a lot is going to change for the Giants in the month of June. It'll be a nice test to see where they are in month 3. Let's get into our sound soiree here for today. Let's start with something from over the weekend. Giants Brewers. Here's Sean Estes. Sean Estes gives I don't know if you saw this. He gave an incredible stat on what the Brewers are doing late in the game with their bullpen. Like when they have a lead late, how frequently do they shut it down? Just maybe the stat wasn't all that accurate. Here's Sean Estes and Dave Fleming.
There's a strike to Brian Anderson.
And there's a reason why the Brewers this year are 45-1 when they're leading after 7 innings. That back into the bullpen has been really good for them.
That pitch is outside. What did you say the record was?
45-1.
But not this year. They haven't won 45 games yet.
Yeah, well, it's probably not 45 then.
It's not that I'm doubting your numbers, but when I heard that, I was like,
I'll tell you what they are.
They're 27-25, but they're 45-1.
They're that good after the 7th that they have actually won more games than they've played.
They are really tough in the late innings.
Well, 22-1, still pretty good.
Yeah.
Dude, Estes.
Dave's like, what?
Dude, this is why Estes has got to be one of the guys when it's all when they need like more permanent guys to be in house here. Sean Estes he's really grown on me as an analyst. I learned stuff from him, which I think is the best thing that can happen from analysts. It's why we've loved Krug and Kuip for so many years. Their banter and their friendship, but also you learn stuff from them watching the game. But Estes just rolling with it. Well, then I guess that's not the stat then.
Yeah, well, it's probably not 45 then.
And Dave is such a pro.
I love Dave. Just kind of like went with it, and he goes, "What?
He's like a fastball.
What's it said again?"
Okay.
Well, they can't be 45. They won that many games.
I chased Dave down in the hallway here outside of the bunker after the show to wish him happy birthday on behalf of Tolbert and Copes. So,
yep.
Happy birthday to Dave. Hope he's celebrating with his family. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about Pete Alonso? So Pete Alonso details one of his home runs in Cincinnati on the Foul Territory podcast. Tom, this is along the lines of George Brett, though he didn't lose his stomach while rounding the bases. Though Pete Alonso tells a story about going up to bat, and Tom, he's got to go number 2 really, really badly. Here's the story.
I mistimed my pregame coffee. Mistimed it. I had it too close to game time. And then I'm running, doing my sprints, and then I throw, and then middle of the first inning, I'm like, goodness gracious, this is not good. So I was hitting the top of the second. I was leading off the inning, and I said, I don't care where this pitch is. This at bat is ending first pitch, and because I need to go. And then first pitch, I get a hanging slider, and then I deposit it in the seats. And then as soon as I touch home plate, it was like it's straight to the bathroom. No high fives, straight to the bathroom. Honestly, I would have gotten picked off on purpose or something because I would have had to go so bad.
Okay, so it's funny, but it's also not the first time he's run into an issue like this. A couple of years ago, he told a story about how he had to take a dump during a game. Here he is hanging out with a comedian, Chris DiStefano. Pete Alonso runs into the number 2 issue a lot during big league games.
Have you ever had to take a during a game?
Yes, absolutely.
Really? Do you hold it in because you're in the zone more, or do you just have to be fully evacuated?
No, it's you hit the panic button. You run inside, and you legitimately have to give yourself a hemorrhoid because you're just squeezing and pushing, trying to like get everything out, and then you got a speed wipe, and then you don't know if you're wiped all the way, and then you have someone yell, "Hey, there's 2 outs," and then that's when you really got to hurry up and get back out on the field. So it's a whole production, and it stinks.
Okay.
Speed wipe.
So you give yourself a hemorrhoid. I'm like, yeah, I bet, especially with the pitch clock. That's the way that's happening now. But
see, that's why bidet. You have bidet, you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Dude, yeah, you never hit in the field. You never get a guy who draws a walk and he's like,
it stinks.
Yeah, you take care of everything back there, Pete?
Bro, is that you got a bacon strip back there?
Oh, dude.
Come on. Ass water.
Got a piece of toilet paper hanging on the back of his cleat.
What are we doing back there? What's going on, Pete? What we got going
I shirted my pants once.
How about Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Butler, dude, how about that?
He crap his pants too?
No, he didn't.
Okay, thank goodness.
Dude, you know who did though?
Jimmy freaking Butler.
So the Celtics crapped
Kevin Harlan?
No, Kevin Harlan did not crap his pants.
Okay.
Here's Jimmy Butler. He was asked how are he going to slow down Nikola Jokic, Jimmy?
I don't know. I got 2 days to figure that out. We have 2 days to figure that out before game 1. Oh, my God. Y'all saw that? Damn, Bumblebee. So we will lock in on them.
What a bee
Sounds
just
like
flew
my kid.
by. Well, yeah.
He just freaked out by bugs.
Was it a cat?
It's like, just a bee. Not that big a deal. Nope. He's not hearing it. He is not hearing it at all. Bee, any kind of bug. He's not a fan. Don't really bother me. I don't love bumblebees, but, I'll catch them. I don't go to the extent that Ralph used to, saving ants, but I will try to save what I can. If I can get that bumblebee in the little like glass container, put my hand over it, and then take him outside and let it go, boom, we're good to go. I don't feel the need to kill anything if I don't, unless I'm lazy, unless I'm tired that day, then I'll just step on it. But for the most part, I try to save. Look, when you're tired, you just don't have any time for that.
I could go outside.
You don't have the patience for it. It's
Sorry,
like,
pal. Sorry, Bumblebee. It's been a long day. So
I didn't get
you
any
get the
sleep,
boot.
bro. My bad. I'm sorry, but you're just gonna have to wear this one.
Look, somebody scratch my car, man. You're getting
it.
It
Ain't happening. Like I catch lizards around here all the time. Get a little cup out, a little red Solo cup.
Oh, lizards! You gotta let them go.
Yeah, put the cup over it, and then you got to slide the hand underneath, and then take them outside. All the while, I'm battling cats who are around the cup, trying to get inside the cup because I can't keep both of them off of me while I'm trying to catch the lizard.
Two cats, one lizard, one cup.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's not quite to that level, but it's entertaining. I'll say that. Well, I guess depends on what you find entertaining, right? You might find the other one more entertaining than you find that one. But I like to think this one's family friendly, more family friendly, I would think.
Yeah, lizards you can't step on either. Like lizards, like they have guts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to mess with the lizard.
Like spiders, I get. Like I don't want to do it either. I don't kill many. Sasha freaks about spiders because.
Thank you.
Because every spider.
And those dudes will play dead for like a long time too.
Which ones? The lizards?
The lizards.
Oh yeah.
They just like lay there. I'm like, is that thing still alive?
I think you don't see it.
Yeah, is that
totally.
And the cats, the cats will lay next to it and just kind of look at it. And they're looking at it, and then every once in a while they'll look around and look at it, and then they'll get bored after a while. And then it'll raise its head up a little bit. I'm like, oh, damn, that thing's still alive. So, but I usually can get it outside, and I'll put it in a spot that I can go check. Like 20 minutes later, I'll go check and put it in the sun somewhere. And yeah, usually they're gone. They're gone, taken off. I'm like, oh, good luck. Listen, I'm not telling you how to live your life, lizard, but I would probably leave the premises. Like, go. These are the only two cats in the neighborhood. Unless you're really stupid, you're going to leave this property because you're good. Other than this property, no worries. I haven't seen a cat in this neighborhood in years. These are the only two cats in the neighborhood. If you come here and you want to reside here, then you're really dumb.
Don't be coming around these paws.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is the only house in the neighborhood that you have to
lizards,
avoid.
why don't you go pick up your food from around back?
Yeah. I shouldn't say you get what you deserve.
We only serve bluebelly lizards around these parts. That was one of the best parts of summer, catching lizards when you were a kid, man. Or like, we had the San Leandro Creek ran through my backyard when I was a kid. So we used to get all kinds of like lizards and crawdad type stuff. Those things were cool, man.
Lizards are the best. I like lizards.
Yeah, because it feels like it's like an actual animal almost. It's like you kind of, it's like a,
yes.
It's not a bug. It doesn't feel like, right?
Yeah, exactly. You don't feel like it's going to sting you, and you just feel they're going to bite me. I feel like you're good. You're all good. And the lizard's not loving it, but you can put the lizard and no harm, no foul.
One more piece of sound here on the sounds for
cat in the house. Cat in the house. I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. The cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog.
The dogs don't eat the lizards.
More like a dog.
Scottie Pippen. He's on Stacey King's Gimme the Hot Sauce podcast. Dude, we do not, and we probably shouldn't, but not enough has been said about Scottie Pippen's like rocket. I would say whatever the rocket, the opposite of a skyrocket is, like his absolute crash, his downfall he's been stock down since The Last Dance. His plummet.
What happened to him?
Ever since The Last Dance. It's like, dude, nobody was bad-mouthing him. I mean, I guess they kind of did, but they told the truth. And then he just kind of proved everything they said to be true, as evidenced by this. He's talking LeBron and hyping LeBron, and then he goes out of his way just because now he's always been Scottie Pippen, but now he's this Scottie Pippen that kind of runs his mouth for no reason. Here he is.
LeBron will be the greatest statistical guy to ever play the game of basketball. And there's no comparison to him. None. So, does that make him the greatest player to ever play the game? I'll leave that out for debating because I don't believe that there's a great player because our game is a team game and one player can't do it. Like, I seen Michael Jordan play before I came to play with the Bulls. You guys seen him play. He's a horrible player. He was horrible to play with. He was all one-on-one. He's shooting bad shots. And all of a sudden, we become a team and we start winning. Everybody forgot who he was.
Yeah. Who is he talking about?
Well, look, there's a lot of truth in there.
I get what he's saying, but
There
it's also,
are some truths in there.
he's a horrible
I mean, all
player.
he did is say he was statistically, LeBron will be the greatest player of all time.
There's
There's
no
no doubt about that. Statistically, he's going to crush everybody. And Michael Jordan was a one-on-one player in his early days with Chicago. I don't see the need to go there. I mean, you owe your championships to him. He owes them to you. I mean, he even said it in The Last Dance. There is no repeat. There's none of that without Scottie Pippen. He knows that. I mean, Michael Jordan knows that.
Nobody's
There's no
saying
doubt he knows
otherwise,
that.
though.
I don't know why I don't know why Pippen's gotten like he feels like he needs to air this stuff, or he's gotten bitter. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with Michael Jordan's son dating his ex-wife. Maybe that could cause some hard feelings. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't even care. I don't know. I'm just trying to guess why.
Mike's like, I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, he didn't
It was
do
my
anything.
kid, man.
No, I didn't vouch for that. He went ahead and did what he did.
It's a tough deal to say Mike's a
You know,
horrible
Jordan
player.
loves it, though. You know, Jordan's probably like, that's my boy.
Yeah, hell yeah. He's like dapping him up, yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, why? Some things you can say, some things may even be mostly accurate, and I think that was mostly accurate. But I guess the question is, why?
You lose me. You lose me when you're like, you can say it's a team game. Because at that point, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm with him here. Michael was a horrible player, was maybe the greatest line.
That was just dumb.
Then you forgot about him once the team shit. Yeah, that's right.
I think what he was saying was he didn't say it properly. What he was saying is his style of play was horrible. Like he went one-on-one. He didn't pass a lot. He just wasn't. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't like a winning basketball player.
Sure.
Maybe that's because the guys that were on the team, he's like, these guys stink, man. I got to do it myself. We're going to win basketball games. But, yeah, I could see where early in his career he wasn't a whole lot of fun to play with, where it's just Michael Jordan versus the world, and you're standing around watching him play. Everybody else is loving it, and as a teammate, you're like, well, this sucks. But when Phil Jackson came, got the triangle going, and then Pippen, and then Grant, and they kind of put the team together, then it became like the team. Now, at the end of the game, when it was like we need to score, it was back to Michael. Because what the hell? Well, what else are you going to do? Well, is there a better option than give the ball to Michael?
Where are you going to go? Yeah.
Go ahead. Where are you going to go? I'm going to go to Michael. So, yeah, I knew kind of what he's trying to say. I don't think he said it as concisely as he'd like. And if it were me, I just wouldn't say it at all. I just, why? I just don't know why you want to put up with that crap. Like, you are not going to win that, because I think people are going to hear it in a very negative tone. They're going to hear the horrible. They're going to hear it's a team game. They're not going to hear the statistical part of the LeBron James argument. They're just going to hear LeBron James, the greatest player of all time. It just, I don't know. I don't know if he wants to be relevant, needs to be relevant. I don't know. Did he have a book come out recently? I don't know. It just,
I won't read that.
Yeah, it's
I won't be reading that.
Well, where are you going to go?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and skip that one as well. Yeah, that there's no doubt. But I don't know. I don't even know why you'd go down that road. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Would you rather have this, like with Scotty, or would you rather have LeVar Ball saying he could beat Michael?
Well, LeVar's just stupid.
Was he, though? Because now I'm like, was he stupid? Or because we haven't heard from him in years, and everything happened that he said was going to happen. Except for his one kid.
He's stupid for saying that stuff.
He's dumb for saying it. But he if it really was a marketing building hype type thing, like, you don't have to like the mode, and I didn't. I couldn't stand it. But the vehicle worked. I mean, and again, it doesn't happen without those players.
Couldn't they have been the same guys they were without his mouth?
Would they? I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Well, what'd they get out of it? They got the big baller brand,
number 1 pick and a number 3 pick.
They could have been They could have been number 1 and number 3 without him.
Could have been.
If you're talented, they'll find you. The
hype's a thing, though.
Now, it is. No, there's no doubt about it. I did see this, though. Somebody was saying that. It was on Twitter. So I'm not saying this is truth by any stretch of the imagination, but I read it in the last couple days that somebody said that somebody close to the Bulls thought that Lonzo Ball might have played his last game.
I did see that report too. I saw that.
Did you see
report.
that?
Yeah,
and then somebody was conjecturing as to maybe the possibility of Big Baller Brand ruining his feet, like when he first started off his career.
Dude.
And I was like, now again, I have no idea the veracity to that. I have no idea if there's any truth to that. But it got me thinking. Can you imagine if like your feet were ruined by a shoe company that your dad started and it was just garbage, and that's what ultimately led. Now, again, I have no idea if that's true or not.
Sports
Maybe
Illustrated is reporting that same thing. Sports Illustrated 2 days ago. Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
So you're right. There were a couple other places like Legion Hoops, like those other accounts where you're like, I don't really know if that's a thing. But Sports Illustrated 2 days ago, the Bulls privately believe that Lonzo Ball's playing days are over due to lingering knee issues.
Knee issues, okay.
This is according to 670 The Score's Dan Bernstein. But they're saying knee issues, but he has had tons of foot problems, hasn't he?
And they had said something with Big Baller Brand, so I was just like, wow.
At one point, he tried to get rid of the shoes. Remember? And then remember he like had the post of him like throwing them in the trash can or something. They're like sitting in the trash.
Do you know anybody that owns a pair of theirs?
No, I never knew.
You are
they were the
a
guys.
hater.
They were the guys. That was it. Yeah.
Big Baller Brand.
It's a hell of a name,
holy
dude.
cow!
The Big Baller Brand. It's so funny.
He remember he tried to sell it for like $1 billion.
Yeah, dude.
They're like laughing at him.
It's a $1 billion valuation. Yeah.
Yeah, are you serious? $1 billion? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll wear those before I wear some Yeezys, though. I'll tell you that. On the other side, American Gladiators, 30 for 30. How about this? Did you watch this last night?
Ooh, I did.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably get into it today.
Yes.
Episode 1 premiered last night. American Gladiator, the documentary. It detailed the rise of the popular syndicated show that began in the late 80s, where athletic amateurs battled in competitions, like against each other. Tom, we'll get your thoughts on the doc on the other side. Should also let you know there is another major sports documentary in the works that hit Twitter earlier this afternoon. I'll tell you who it's focused on, one of our Bay Area stars. That's coming up next, and then FP Santangelo at the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Summer just around the corner. What does that mean? It means more people in the house, and that means more devices firing. Whether it's a laptop, tablet, desktop, working, streaming, gaming, you gotta have speed, you gotta have power, you gotta have reliability. You get all those with Xfinity. And that's what you want, right? And you get all those things in spades with Xfinity. That means everyone is taken care of. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Or if you're out about, go to an Xfinity store. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. The internet services actual speeds vary. Less sports, you love high def. You love having everybody over, but you love having them taken care of with speed and reliability. You will love Xfinity.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You guys want this or American Gladiators?
Gladiators. Long before there was reality TV shows, there was American Gladiators.
We sold out everywhere we went. No one cares if you're sore. No one cares if you're sick.
These games were not safe for humans to play.
It was a given that they were all on steroids.
They always wanted impact.
Was it worth the punishment that their bodies were taking?
That was a trailer for episode 1 of the new American Gladiators 30 for 30. Tom, was this something that you were... Seems like it was right up your alley. I know you've mentioned it in the past. Were you maniacal?
Oh, I loved American Gladiators. You kidding me? Gladiators ready. Contestants ready. Go. Yes, I was in. I was definitely watching that. It was just mindless, juiced up.
Gorilla juice heads, yeah.
Violent. It was everything you wanted in television. Dudes getting wrecked. Chicks getting wrecked, just awesome stuff that you would not want your kid to do, like in the backyard, like they're screwing around, jumping off stuff, like, don't do that. They had the craziest stuff. They had jousting. They had a competition where like 2 guys would have a ball, like just a little red ball, and they'd have 5 or 6 waste paper baskets, receptacles around this mat, and you had to put the ball in the basket. And these dudes are just sticking you, just trying to tackle you before. And if they tackled you, you had to go back to the end of the mat, grab another ball, and then pick it up and try to score. And you're like juking them, running through them. However you can get it in the waste paper basket, you could do that. They had the joust where they'd stand like 6-7 feet up on a pedestal and then joust each other and knock people off.
That's one of the famous ones too, right?
Into the air mattress.
Yep.
God, they had. I mean, so many. They had these rings where you'd start on one end of the rings, Gladiator starts on the other end of the rings, and then you try to work your way across the rings to avoid the Gladiator.
Yeah, they're trying to catch you.
And their whole job was just to rip you off the rings. Just grab you. So what they would do is, if they ever got to the point where you guys were like face to face, they would just go over to your rings and then hold on to you and just pry you off the rings. Worked out great until the contestants fell on one of the gladiators, jammed her knee into her nose, busted her nose, and I think I don't know if she had, I think it was a knee that was hurt. One dude they showed was in horrible shape.
This is in the documentary.
In the documentary, yeah. He's living in North Carolina, and he walks with like a walker, and he said he's got no feeling in his left arm. His right hand.
Was he a gladiator?
He was a gladiator, yes. 7 vertebrae. I don't know if they got crushed in his back or what happened, but how about this? So they have this big mat, right? It's for the jousting, and I think one other thing they did. So it's this huge air mat. And they're like those things you see in the movies where the stuntmen jump off of them from height and they hit them and the air kind of absorbs everything. But they got these big industrial blowers that keep these things filled with air. So when you hit them, the air's just not going to go out and the guy's going to land on the concrete.
It's the bounce house technology. It's the thing that just keeps. It's a fan that's plugged in and just pumping air. Right?
So apparently that was broken. But they wanted to continue on with the show.
Oh, dude.
So they went down and bought leaf blowers, and they all put leaf blowers in it. And it ended how you thought it was. Yeah, it ended how you thought it would.
Like playing on the carpet at Candlestick, like that.
The air didn't stay in it. He went down and crushed like 7 vertebrae.
Oh.
And he's in terrible shape.
A great medical plan for the American Gladiators.
So they were. Oh, there's no medical plan. $25,000 a year. No percentage of anything.
Paid $25 a year.
No royalties, nothing. And so what they would do is, these dudes were getting concussions, these girls were getting, just like I said, wrecked, and they had to go out and do 2 shows a day, 6 times a week, 12 shows doing this stuff, and John Ferraro, one of the guys that invented it, him and a guy named Dan McCann from Erie, Pennsylvania. It was like I think it was a steel workers, like almost like a picnic type deal where they do these type of games, and then they brought it to Hollywood. Although Dan McCann was noticeably absent from last show, so I think that's going to be finding him this show because it was really weird stuff. Ferraro didn't want to mention him, didn't want to talk about him,
and he's not in it, so
he wasn't in it. So yeah, and apparently he can't be in it for some reason because he signed his life rights away to Ferraro. I'm like, what is that? I mean, you sign your life rights away. I've never heard of anything like that. So they're going to get into that a little bit tonight. So yeah, this guy would just replace you. They had alternates standing there. And if you couldn't go, they would just come in and take your place. So, yeah, forget about unionization. It's just like, bro, if you can't go, you're done. We'll get somebody else in there to take your spot. And they threatened to strike. And I think it was, who was it, Mayor? Sammy Golden Mayor? God, was it somebody else? I'm not sure. Anyway, he just called their bluff. He go, yeah, like if we don't get a new contract, we don't get this, we're not going to perform. And then he goes, all right, fired. So they just like fired them all, and they're going to get some new ones out there. That's going to be this episode. But again, you didn't know back then that all this kind of stuff was going on. I mean, they were on lunch boxes. They had like dinner theater in Florida. I didn't even know they had like two. I would have definitely gone to that. You kidding me?
Dinner
like
theater,
American Gladiator dinner theater. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, come on. They have it now. They have medieval times. That's basically what it is.
Medieval times, but do American Gladiator.
Yeah, this is like a juiced up version of medieval times is what it is. Yeah. You go there and just eat some food, drink some beer, and watch people wreck each other. Like, incredible. Tell me how awesome that wouldn't be. They're selling out 8,000 seat arenas. No problem. Ratings were great. Critics were trashing it, of course.
So what happened? Why did it end?
I haven't got to that part yet. But
I'll get into it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's going to be a little turmoil with the gladiators. 'Cause I remember it leaving. I never really remember finding out why. Maybe they put too many restrictions on some of the stuff they did because it was dangerous. I mean, they have this big metal ball, huge metal ball that you climb into, and you roll it towards another person, a contestant, in a metal ball. And I think you try to knock him off the course or whatever. So anyway, this guy runs into him, knocks the ball into it, kind of falls backward, and it was constructed so poorly. There was a metal bar inside the metal ball that jutted out and went into the guy. Yeah, went into the guy's back. I mean, it was like they said it was like 2 inches deep in his back. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, come on, you got to be serious. Like, deep. So it was like, and the guy, this guy John Ferraro that ran the whole thing. He is an absolute scumbag.
Oh, good. These are the characters you need for this stuff, yeah.
Yes.
You don't pull this off without somebody knowing where the bodies are.
Just a scumbag. He said at the beginning of the show, they showed like a shot of the outside of his house when they were driving up to it, and then it was a voiceover. Yeah, I don't want to do this at my house. I got kind of a nice house, and I really don't want you guys coming into my house and kind of private. And then they're going to do it somewhere else. He goes, I really don't want to do it there anywhere. So they did it like in a warehouse with like a backdrop behind him, like this movie screen.
I think he's a scumbag.
So yeah, you're right. It does have a lot of good villains, a lot of good characters in this. It was worth watching. I mean, I grew up watching. Well, I didn't grow up. I was like 18, 19. But I thought it was
probably even better.
I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah. I thought maybe I was a little older than that. Actually, I was probably about 23, 24. But yeah, I remember watching all these characters. 4 of them wouldn't be in the documentary. They just wanted no part of this guy. Didn't want to be. But how much of a scumbag do you have to be to like not take care of the people that are helping making you like you think you're the guy, like God complex? I'm doing it all. It's all me. I can get new people. I don't need you people. You guys are faceless, nameless, whatever. I'll just get somebody else. So,
who do they think they're on the NFL?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, dude. All they need is it's the we need the American Gladiator like Hollywood movie starring Will Smith, and then we'll get them the coverage that they need, like Concussion. What I was going to tell you guys also is HBO has announced today they are in production for a Barry Bonds documentary. They've got producers who worked on both The Last Dance and on OJ Made in America working on this.
Will OJ be a part? Will Barry be a part of it?
Yeah, about as much as Ferraro was a part of it.
No, he is a part of it.
Oh, Ferraro, who's the other guy?
Part of it. Oh, Dan McCann. He's not a part of it.
Barry's going to be like, dude, you know my house is kind of nice, dude. I don't want you to do it here. He's kicking it with McCann, yeah. Barry's not going to be. I would be shocked if Barry were a part of this. Jeff Kent may be a part of it, which would actually be.
No, he'll definitely be a part of it.
We're going to get some real good sound bites.
He'll be narrating.
Yeah. Dude. Jeff Kent. Remember after Game of Shadows came out, he's like, I only read one book all last year. I read that book cover to cover. I was like, damn, dude, come on, man. Like, come on, Jeff. Tolbert and Coke is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending. With a Redwood Credit Union free checking account, there's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. We'll see what FP Santangelo has going on next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Giants pitcher Ryan Walker joined Papa Lund today to discuss how he's been acclimated to the clubhouse. That podcast and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, time to get on out of here. Hand it over to FP Santangelo. We'll take you right up until 10 o'clock. What's up, FP?
What's up, fellas? How we doing? And maybe turn the mic on. That'll work. I'm worried about Brian Murphy because every time I sit in this seat, when he's the last one in this seat, I put my headphones on and it just blows my ears out. I don't know.
Me too, bro. Yeah, I don't blow you out though that way when you because Paulie used to get on me about the same thing.
No, man. I don't think people realize we wear these headphones our whole lives and we just go deaf. Like I can't. Like I hope Murph's okay.
I can't hear ass, dude. I got bad hearing.
Huh?
Yeah, it's bad.
So anyways.
Check with Candace.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, yes.
Fitz was that way.
Really?
When he? Oh my gosh, I put him on and ears were bleeding. Like I still don't turn it that loud. I don't know what it is because I don't think I have great hearing. I mean, I guess it's okay, but I don't turn it that loud. So
50 decibels.
When Fitz did it, he'd have it cranked up.
Papa too. Papa's loud on his.
Is he?
Yeah, he's deaf. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so if you don't know, we plug in with our own headphones into the jack where the seat where somebody sat before us in a show, wherever, and every day when I plug into this one, and maybe it is you, Copes, but today I was told that Murph was the last one in the seat. I'm like, oh my God, Murph, get your ears checked, bro. Yeah.
You got to go do that little thing. Remember, it goes ting.
Yeah, do the ear check.
Ting. And they go, could you hear it? And you go, yeah. And they're like, I didn't touch anything.
He's like,
crap.
No.
You're lying like that.
You sit on the throne
We
of
haven't
lies.
started yet.
My God. What? You haven't? I lied. I don't know what I'm talking about. What's going on?
You have to wear these
What are we
cones on
doing?
your ears now.
Yeah.
Pick
I
everything
thought you were
up.
checking my eyes. No, you're not? Okay, forget it. We just been saying it every day, FP. It's a fun team to watch now. I know they lost the last couple games, but they're still a fun team to watch.
They are. Don't get on the roller coaster. I mean, the Pirates are a decent team. They had that 20-8 start, and then they've been struggling. But, they beat the Giants. They were the better team the last couple of days. Yep. But, this is fun, man. What other team in baseball, when you get to 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup, is the fans more excited maybe than 1, 2, 3?
It's pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah, these kids come up, and you're like, what are they going to do now? And Casey Schmidt almost had a home run today. I think he got robbed of maybe extra base hits. And I think he's got to learn when to dive and when not to dive on that ball in the hole today. We don't want him getting hurt. But it's fun. It's a good vibe. I talked about it ad nauseum last night in the bunker about how kids inject energy into a ball club, into a fan base, into everybody right now, and we're really digging these guys and watching them play, and the energy level in the ballpark is different now, and there's more people in the stands. It's just a good feeling, and yeah, they're a 500 ball club right now, but they came from way below 500. I think they're heading north, and they got a big test with the Orioles coming into town right now, maybe one of the best teams in baseball, but yeah, it's fun right now. It's fun watching these guys play.
The Battle of Halloween this weekend.
It is.
Yeah, no, the baby Giants are fun. They are fun.
Baby Giants. Dude, you got to like these kids. You got to love these kids, right?
I'm babies. I'm babies.
What was that? Was that 85? What year was that? 85?
Come on, Giants.
No, we're over that. That's like hanging the race. That's what we're looking for. The tractor beam of 500.
It's one of my favorite Giants sayings, but it's so bad. Hang in there. Like, we really suck, but hang in there,
It's
everybody.
really funny, though. It's
Just
really
stay
funny.
with us because we're bad.
You sound like that. Yeah, it sounds like that. That cat in the poster that's like got its claws in the tree, and it says "Hang in there." That cat's like, dude,
He's got a Giants lid on. Yeah.
Yeah, he should have a Giants lid on.
Come on, Giants.
Like
We're
a Calvin
trying.
and Hobbes, like a personalized cartoon cat version.
We're trying really hard. Something like that.
Come on, Giants. We're north of suck. How about that? We're north of suck.
500.
No, I was just talking to Tim. On the other side of the glass, and he was saying that when these guys came up the other day on Memorial Day with a big crowd in the ballpark, that it was a different vibe in the park when they walked up to the plate, whether it was Bailey or Schmidt or Wisely or Sable right now. You got 4 kids in the lineup. It's just I don't know. And I said this a lot during spring training that I thought it was a very entertaining club I saw in Scottsdale, but these guys were the big reason why. And it's no slight on the other guys at all. I mean, you have to have the Hanigers and the Confortos and, the Yastrzemskis and the Petersons and those guys in there. You have to have the veteran presence, but it's just fun watching these guys just kind of re-energize, I should say, all of us.
I'm greedy. I want Matos now, too. I want Matos and Harris. Now I'm greedy. Now I'm like, just give them all to me. Let me see them. Let me see what we got.
Yeah, that's scary because they're not all going to be Casey Schmidt. And then you start calling up guys just because, and next thing you know, you're watching the River Cats play every day.
I don't know. I look at but then you look like the Astros and the Braves. You're like, oh, their guys work. How come all mine can't work?
Yeah.
You look at some teams. You're like, why don't my guys work like the Rays? Like the Rays picked up that Zach Littell, and I was like, ah, damn it. I was like, this can't be good, man. I mean, this guy's going to be like an all-star closer by the end of next year.
Everyone's saying Harrison's got to throw more strikes, that he's not ready, but that automated strike zone in AAA, I heard, is like a shoebox. So, I mean, I'm sure they're evaluating what would be a normal major league strike zone and reevaluating him based on that. But I'm excited for watching this guy play. Like, those walk numbers are inflated. The strike zone. I talked to who did I talk to? Brett Wisely. He said we go automatic take until we get a strike, and I'm 2-0 every at bat because the strike zone's so small in AAA. I just go auto take, and I'm in a count every time up. How's that training guys how to hit? How's that training guys how to pitch? When the main objective of the minor leagues is to get your guys ready to play in the big leagues, not to sit there and take pitches or be 2-0 to every hitter.
Play different rules, right? It's a different game.
And then Thursday, I guess through Saturday, is the appeal system where it's the umpires actually calling strikes, but you can touch your helmet. If you touch your helmet as the hitter, you can appeal the strike, but you only get a couple a game. And if you're the catcher, you can touch your helmet and appeal the strike. So it's just weird. And I don't want to see that at the big league level. Sorry, I don't.
What?
Well, if they could get Bacchus behind the home plate more, they could bring Harrison up right now. Because there was a couple pitches he called today. I'm like, are you trying to get out of here?
Way off the plate, right?
That guy was
you
terrible.
Got a flight?
Terrible.
You got a flight?
He was wide.
You going somewhere? Yeah, there were some bad ones. What do you got going on tonight, FP?
George Conto's coming up.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll talk some Giants baseball. Brian Peacock will talk some football. I want to get into maybe who's your all-star for the Giants. And today, you guys, is my 1-year anniversary starting back
Congrats.
here at KNBR. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Is that the wood anniversary? What do we give you?
I'll take some wood on 56. Yeah.
I'll take some wood on 56. That's my cue.
That's sexy. It's half our commercials, isn't it?
I think it's not. That's why it's half our commercials. Yeah.
Oh God.
All right.
Either that or something that'll give you wood. One or the other.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm really sure. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Golly.
Yeah.
All right, FPA. Congrats on a year, man. That's very cool.
Yeah, it is. It's great to be home. Thanks, you guys.
All right, man. Have a great show. FP will stay with you right until 10 o'clock. We got to thank our guest, Susan Slusser, who was very cool to be able to see today.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. Matt Mayoko is very cool not to be able to see today. I did enjoy that. Absolutely. I don't know if he's still listening, because I know he was listening early. There's no way he pulled the number 478-foot Ohtani home run out of his backside, did he?
He must. No, he had to have been listening before. He said like we were keeping him company. Remember, he's like, normally I put on music or yeah, he was at the Sentinel Grid.
When he said 478, I'm like, well, that sounds familiar. That's exactly what it was.
Dude, he was definitely referencing that. It's also a real good shot. He's still listening now because I think he probably pulled into his driveway. He's just waiting for us to finish up.
Oh,
and then he'll get out of the car. I mean,
boy.
Matt's just sitting at home. His wife's like waiting for him to come in.
Intervention. Let's go.
He's just like, come on, boys, wrap it up.
Yeah. What if he's sitting out in his car, like drinking a beer, just like drinking his beer?
He called his daughter to bring him out one. He's like, I got to finish this segment.
Got some seeds.
They're killing me, man.
Let me do the face off. I'll be in a minute.
I'm talking wood. Talking wood anniversaries. I got to stick it out here.
Oh, man. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Copes, I will talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dude. We'll do it then.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it as always. FP is with you right up until 10 o'clock right here on the Sports Later. Until tomorrow, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Ladies and gentlemen, live from the city by the bay in the Sports Leader Studios, broadcasting to all of Northern California, this is KNBR Tonight.
Way back there, it is gone!
With FP Santangelo.
A three-run shot, and the Giants lead 4-1.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. Sports Leader.
I swear to God, that would be my walk-up song now if I was still playing. Now batting, FP Santangelo, and then that. I'd hit 400 to that song. Well, at least in my dreams. What's going on, everybody? What is today? Thursday? Wednesday? Wednesday the 31st, last day of May. I think I started on May 31st last year, so happy one-year anniversary to me on the Sports Leader on KNBR tonight. It's been a fun year. The Warriors won the championship last year right when I got here, so there was a parade on Market Street. The Giants went 500. We went through the 49ers season together. It was an amazing ride with Jimmy G and the whole drama in the offseason. I remember my first big stance as the new night host that was the old night host that's back after a decade was, why don't the 49ers sign Jimmy G back? And I was on just pounding that drum. Like, what? Why? He's proven. You got proven versus unproven. And stick to baseball, baseball boy. The text line was lighting up. People were calling. You don't know what you're talking about. And lo and behold, they did sign Jimmy G back. I even texted Greg Papa like during the middle of one show, and I said, it was after I've been doing it for a couple of weeks. I said, am I way off here with this take? I was starting to doubt myself. And he goes, no. He just texted me back, no. And then I knew that I was onto something, that the Niners might actually sign Jimmy G back. But we've had a lot of fun together. The callers, the first couple of months, it was like I don't know, trying to get you guys to call was hard at first. And then all of a sudden the phone lines lit up after a couple of months. You guys are calling every night. You're making my job easier. I tell you all the time that it's our show. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. There's nothing worse than talking at somebody for 4 hours every night. I want to talk with you guys, and you guys get an A+ for participation. Literally, my first year back in the city, I can't thank everybody at KNBR enough for making me feel at home. The Giants for taking me into their family again. It's just been a wonderful ride for a year back here at KNBR. And the calls every night. 808 KNBR, give me a call. Sometimes I get on you guys because you don't call, and then you call. So the loyal listeners out there, the creatures of the night that call every single night, you guys are the best. I have my favorites, but I like all you guys. And I'm floored by your takes every night. And when you do a sports talk radio show by yourself for 4 hours every day, like I live by myself. I do a show by myself. Usually I'm in the bunker by myself. There's a lot of alone time, and I crave some company every once in a while, and you guys are my company every night. It's just to talk about sports, and you get me going on different topics. I'll have all this stuff. I got 3-4 pages of notes for tonight's show. You'll call, and we'll just go off on a tangent for a good hour and talk about whatever. So it's been a year. Hopefully it's a long time more. I'm having a blast on the radio again. I'm having a blast with you guys. Most importantly, I'm having a blast being back in the Bay Area around my family. I'm having a blast being in San Francisco, and this is home. I'm home again. So thanks for that. And enough of the mushy stuff. We got George Contos coming on tonight. We got Brian Peacock coming on tonight. I want to talk a little Dubs and Bob Myers. I want to talk a little Giants and maybe David VR, the kids and the vibe. I don't know. Do we really want to recap the game today? It's such a good vibe going on with the Giants right now. I don't know about you guys, but they were down, what were they down, 6-2? And I was like, they're going to find a way to win this. And then they were down like 8-3, and I'm like, they're still going to find a way to win this. And they didn't, and they lost 9-4. They gave up 9 runs on 14 hits. But it's just a different feeling that I have with this ball club right now that they're never out of it. And maybe a month ago, I wouldn't have had that same feeling. A month ago, I'd have been like, ugh, this is hard to watch. It's a little bit boring. Like they're striking out a lot. Remember, they were striking out more than any team in baseball, and it was a problem. And the defense hadn't really improved, and it's a problem. You call up one kid or 2 kids, and all of a sudden the defense is maybe one of the better defenses in the National League with Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. J.D. Davis has emerged as maybe a Gold Glove All-Star candidate at third base. Brandon Crawford has had his hiccups on certain day games, which when you're older, day games are a little bit tougher to get the engine running for, and that's when he's had his hiccups. Never at night. It's always been day games. But, you know, Lamont Wade Jr. at first base, way better than I ever thought he'd be over there. Mitch Haniger's made some diving plays. Yaz has made great plays. Conforto's looked decent enough in right field. So the defense has been a lot better than it was last year, and maybe even early in the season. They're putting the ball in play more. They're letting the ball travel, going the other way. So I guess the long-winded thing here is this is a fun team to watch. And I talked about it in the bunker last night. The vibe is different. We all feel different about this team, even after a 9-4 loss today. You guys were all thinking it if you were at the game today. You're thinking they're going to find a way to win this. And we wouldn't have thought that a month ago. And just the energy in the ballpark, the energy of the fan base, all my friends that I talked to, that I grew up with as Giants fans, they're like, this is cool. It's a different vibe. It's a different feel with this team. Now, I'm not saying there's going to be a parade down Market Street. Who knows? There's 56 games. There's 106 games left in the season. So there's a lot of baseball to be played. But I feel like if they keep doing what they're doing right now, catching the baseball, pitching the baseball, Alex Wood had an off day today, not his best effort. But you got the three righties in a row for this series against the Orioles. This is going to be fun. Webb, Cobb, and DeSclafani against a really good test in the Baltimore Orioles. So I said this a lot last night in the bunker, but that was at 10:30 at night, and I think it's okay to repeat it at 6 in the afternoon, that the energy that these guys have given us all. And in order to do that, you have to go out and produce. It's not, if Casey Schmidt got called up and he's hitting 200 right now, we wouldn't be feeling this way. If Patrick Bailey was catching 22 balls out of 100 behind home plate, we wouldn't be thinking this right now. But I'm watching this kid command a game like a 10-year veteran. I'm watching Casey Schmidt play defense like a 10-year veteran. Even though he's hitting 3-something right now, he still has to lock in the strike zone a little bit to be a 300 hitter over the next 106 games. But it's been fun. It feels good. We're all excited to be a Giants fan. Remember when we were all pissed off because of the people they didn't sign? Sometimes those things work out in mysterious ways, and I think I said that at the time. Don't get so upset. You never know what the future holds. Baseball is a weird game. It's a funny game, but I think we're all kind of fired up to be Giants fans right now. Let's go to the phones. Oh my gosh, you guys are. Okay, let's take a break here as young Tony is telling me on the other side of the glass. Thanks. Somebody's got to run the clock on the show because I sure as hell can't. I'm too ADD. All right, your calls, Giants baseball, whatever you want to talk about next on eSports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Was that thud the foul ball in the booth that almost hit John Miller in Scottsdale? Did you just throw that in there out of nowhere? That was loud, man. That thing, the exit velocity or reverse exit velocity, whatever a foul ball is, I think it was 174 miles an hour. For the first time since May 14th, the Giants have lost a series. The Pirates sailed into town, I get it, searching for a treasure. Tony, did you write this? This is amazing. And they didn't win the series. They stole the series. If you're going to go treasure, they stole the series 2-1. You can read today's full game recap and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
You're tuned into KNBR Tonight with your host who wore the orange and black, FP Santangelo. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680. Listen to the sports leader at home.
3-2. Here it comes. Swing and a hard smash to second. Could be two. Castro to second for one. Marcano back to first. And that puts an end to it. Double play, game over. And the Pirates come into San Francisco against an extremely hot Giants team. And they take 2 out of 3.
Is this congratulations by Post Malone? It's a long intro. I heard he was hammered at Bottle Rock. In shocking news, Post Malone was hammered. All right, 1-year anniversary show today. FP Santangelo here, KNBR Tonight. We have George Contos coming up, Brian Peacock, host of Locked On 49ers. You guys know who George is. He's doing a great job hosting the pre and the post on NBC Sports Bay Area, doing the Giants pre and post. We're going to talk a little Dubs and Bob Myers tonight, get into some Giants and David VR, what's going on with him. What else do I have in store for us today? Oh, did you hear the Padres broadcast? The whole Bally's thing or whatever, they went bankrupt. They couldn't make their payments. So now the Padres are having like an OnlyFans broadcast where it's just you can buy a subscription to the Padres broadcast, and that might be the future of baseball. But in the meantime, we're going to talk. We're going to go to the phones. Why not? 808 KNBR is the number. We got full phone lines right now. So if you're calling, it's busy. Keep trying. We'll get to you. Let's go in order by who is waiting the longest. Dennis in San Francisco, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. Just a couple of things. First of all, I can't agree with you more about I was at the game, and I'm saying the whole game, well, they're going to come back. And they were punching. They were punching. They kept punching. So that's the best part. At least they're punching, you know, and you feel like they got a shot. And then number two, I really appreciate you as a broadcaster now when you're doing the games. I like the fact that you're engaged and you talk about you're very much like Krug like that, you know, and you sound like him. You inject humor into the game. You inject your knowledge, you know, real stuff, not garbage facts like everybody does. So thank you much for all of that.
Dennis, thanks, man. I appreciate you calling the show too. Like I said, it's been a year and I couldn't do the show without you guys. I really couldn't. If I had to sit here for 4 hours every night and just talk without interacting with you guys, I probably would have quit a long time ago. So thanks for the compliments, Dennis, and thanks for waiting on hold, and thanks for calling the show.
All right, man. All the best.
Good stuff. Well, yeah. I mean, I learned from those guys. The reason I got into broadcasting is because of Dwayne Kuiper. I called him and I said, I don't want to coach anymore. What do I do next? I said, I want to broadcast. And he kind of shot me in the right direction over to Bob Agnew here at KNBR. And now it's been, 15, almost 20 years since I've been doing this. And I still haven't gotten better. I don't know. When is it going to happen? Is it going to click ever? Betty and Benicia. Betty, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Well, hi. I'm just calling you to wish you happy anniversary.
Thanks, Betty. How are you doing?
And I'm doing good, but I just want to express myself a little bit more about everything, how you make the games exciting, whether the Giants, the 49ers, the Warriors, or whatever. You do an excellent job. And I just want to thank you again for letting us express our feelings on the sports itself, and you listen. So thank you.
All right, Betty. Thanks for being a loyal listener and a loyal caller. We really appreciate it. Good stuff. Thanks for calling tonight. I always appreciate hearing your voice. You always have a positive take, and you even straighten me out sometimes when I start to go down Negativeville. So I appreciate your input to the show every night.
Thank you.
All right, Betty. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
My
Bye-bye.
buddy Daryl Weiss is just texted me 1 year already. F time flies. I can't say the word, but you're doing a great job. Love you. That's my buddy Daryl Weiss. He was my roommate at Cal. We were Golden Bears together, and then we were roommates in the Cape Cod League. He played for the A's organization for a long time. Sam in New York. Sam, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, man, 1 year already. Congrats. Just wanted to call and say, just you do a fabulous job on the show. It's been nice hearing you on the broadcast, but, being far from home, it's nice to have a guy who really cares, especially on the late nights when I get to listen. So you do a great job, and I've always enjoyed just getting to call in, whether we're talking extraterrestrials or pitch clocks or, foul balls that you should protect John Miller from, man. It's been a blast. So I'm not sure what your yeah, sorry.
We did a whole show one night. I thought I was just going to do a segment on UFOs and how I'm seeing them all over TikTok. And we did a whole show on UFOs and people's thoughts and yours was one of the most interesting. I'll never forget it, Sam. You're in law school in New York right now, right?
Yeah, I'm back in Livermore right now visiting the folks. So hoping to get out to a Giants game here pretty soon if we have time. But yeah, going to law school in New York, but home right now. But yeah, man, and I don't know what your goals are, if it's more the broadcasting side or hosting, but whatever it is, I think you're clearly destined for bigger and better things. But congratulations on the year. And I'll leave you with this: with Conforto going down, is it the Luis Matos time? Is that the writing on the wall?
Ooh, I don't know, Sam. And thank you for all the kind words. That's really nice of you, and thanks for being a loyal listener and calling all the time. I really appreciate it. Real quick, your synopsis of UFOs again for people that missed it that night, because it was super fascinating. It was about energy, right, or something like that.
It's a theory called the Fermi paradox, which is basically stating that because we have the technology to observe, the known universe, right? Like we have the technology to observe light years and light years that we could never reach with our technology as we currently understand it. And we've observed that the universe is empty. So if UFOs are real and there are aliens watching us, they have transcended, life, science, math to a point that they can travel those distances. So basically, even if we could see them and understand that there are extraterrestrials, it would basically be like we would be ants and they would be humans. Like the level of life form that they would be, we don't physically have the brain power to even comprehend them. They'd basically be gods.
All right, Sam, remind me that I never want you to represent me in the court of law. No, I'm just kidding. That's
I'm hoping to go to night court, man. That's the idea, right?
Dude, that's awesome stuff. And you know what? I'm taking these mushroom daily gummies. They're super mushroom gummies. They're all natural, and they're not the ones you're thinking of. But I feel like they might have been based on your answer right there.
Yeah, right. Hey, man, we'll get together and we'll do the ones we are talking about.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to try anything once. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Thanks for listening. And enjoy California that you're home. Enjoy home.
Will do, man. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Carl in Petaluma. Carl, you're on KNBR.
Hey, I appreciate the time. Hey, I hope KNBR signed you to a 10-year, $300 million contract. Guaranteed. I hope you deserve it. And, do a great job on the radio, and hearing your announcing, it's like you've been there for years. It's like, you do your homework. You remind me of like Jim Rome.
Well, it is slowing down a little bit the more games I do, and it's becoming where I want to do more innings, actually. And before I was dreading the innings I had to do. So I'm having fun. I'm super blessed and lucky to have this night show, which I love, and I've told you guys that much. I'm super blessed and lucky to be a tiny bit of the best broadcast team in baseball. It's cool of the Giants to include me, and I thank them and everybody here at KNBR. Thanks for the kind words, Carl. I appreciate it. I'm starting to get embarrassed. I just wanted to say it was my year anniversary. That's it. And now it's turning into a suckfest. But thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. It's very, very, very nice of you to say.
All right.
And thanks for listening, dude. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all you guys listening. I'm flattered by the calls I'm getting right now and all this. Let's take a quick break, Tony. We got full phone line, so if you're there, wait. I'll get to all the text messages on the text line. This is nuts. I'm flattered, I'm overwhelmed, and I'm super grateful for you guys listening to the show. We'll just keep the phone lines going. You're listening to FP Santangelo on KNBR tonight on The Sports Leader.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line right now, and Steve is going to tell us about the ERC.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers that employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right, giving away. It's a grant. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that qualifies. 2 different ways to qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But the more we do this, amazingly, there's so many CPAs and so many firms that I've encountered that don't bother with the other way because it's more complex, a lot more work for the professional, and they just tell the client, you're not entitled to it. That happened on Friday. Somebody was entitled to $300,000. It was initially told he wasn't qualified. We put this through multiple checks. He did qualify. Bottom line is, just like with a medical doctor, if somebody tells you something, it's common that you get a second opinion from another doctor. If you've been turned down for ERC because you were told your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion.
Well, I won $300,000. Thanks a lot, Steve Areno. Call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
To be honest with you, probably started with Sable coming in the beginning of the year. And kind of just, and the guy just hits. It's fun to watch him hit. He's a goofy dude for sure. But he's a good energy to have, and I think the guys that have come also, Casey and Bales, they've been the same way. Just fun guys, always seem to have a ton of energy, and just they do something pretty cool every day, it seems like, and it's always a boost when you have that. And it's been fun to see these guys come up and do their thing, and we got a good group of young guys right now that are just kind of boosting the energy and bringing some just confidence into the locker room, into the dugout, and onto the field.
Positive vibes only. That was Logan Webb last night during the broadcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. KNBR Tonight is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. I feel like I'm doing a baseball game with all these reads and all these sponsors right now. All right, 808 KNBR. I just kind of threw out that it was my 1-year anniversary. You guys are flattering me, and I'm getting embarrassed. We are streaming on the all-new KNBR app and YouTube, and you can go to KNBR.com, too, to check out the streaming if you want to see my fresh new haircut that I got today. It's a little too short, but, it'll grow back. Last time I checked, your hair grows back when you get a cut. Tony, you need a haircut. You look like you combed your hair with a pork chop. Like, serious. You look like you combed your hair with a firecracker. Now, he's all dialed in. He went to his stylist before the show today. He just got back from vacation. There's no excuse whatsoever. Tighten it up. Let's go. This is a big league. So let's go to Marco in Vancouver. Marco, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Marco. Thanks for calling the show.
Yeah, I want to congratulate you, FP. You're positive. You're engaging. I mean, look, any retread broadcasting, I congratulate you on your anniversary, could say, hey, the Giants, this, and that. And you don't. You're positive. I mean, after all, the Giants are headed to the World Series. I mean, they're not. They're about the best 500 team in the history of baseball. And I congratulate you, FP, for sticking to the positive. I mean, look, they're not boring. They're not old anymore. So they're just merely young and boring. So I appreciate you bringing out the positives and, looking at, I mean, they're a great, great 500 team. And I love the fact that you bring that out, that they're a great, I mean, I'm sure they're going to beat the Dodgers. I'm sure they're going to beat the Yankees. I'm sure they're going to just crawl all over Tampa. And you don't bring that out. And I love your positiveness. I love the fact that you exude the A and not the Z, and that you exude confidence on a 500 team like the Giants. And a baba booey to y'all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see, I sense the sarcasm there with Marco is very thick. See, guys like that won't call in September when the Giants are doing well. They'll just get their shot in and leave because they're kind of gutless. Let's go to Mike in Eugene. Mike, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
SP, you got a haircut today?
I did. Happy haircut to me. It's a little short.
Well, I got a haircut and my beard cut today, too, for the first time in, a year. And you know what, man? The sad news is I heard I look fabulous, but the sad news is I'm still taller than my hair.
You're still taller than your hair. How you doing, Mike? How's life?
I'm doing great, man. I was just thinking. I wanted to say congratulations to you. And if you think I'm going to get all sentimental and get all mushy,
well, no,
just because we've been talking every day for 9 months, what you crazy? And just because I was, talked off the cliff a couple of times, why should I care about your show? Right?
You and I have talked off the air. We have this fun little neighborhood that at night where we get new callers sometimes, we get old callers sometimes, and we have this kind of a reality show from 6 to 10 p.m. every night where we never know where it's going. You guys have realized by now that I'm ADD as hell, and sometimes I don't even know where the show's going, but that's the fun of it. It's almost like Seinfeld in the sense it's a show about nothing some nights, and some nights, I'll actually have some content to it based on what's going on in the world. But yeah, we've talked off the air that we have this fun little community that assembles every night, and hopefully we can get some more people in our community because we want our community to grow here from 6 to 10 p.m. on the radio every single night.
Yeah, no, I'm having a blast, and I've been engaged, and and I'm, like you said, man, it's fun with these kids and with the energy. We've been talking about it since spring training, and now it's starting to come to life, and we'll get some more of these Kyle probably up, and we'll see what happens. I hope to comfort away not too long, though. But, I'm just happy with everything. And like everybody said, and FP, man, I'm giving you gold stars, man, with all your play-by-play. It's because I truly appreciate the effort that you put out, and you asked for my feedback. And, I'm just, you're the man.
Well, you're one of my target listeners, Mike. For those of you who don't know and maybe new to the show, he's lost his sight. So when I'm doing games, I was told early on by some veteran broadcasters that you have to pretend like you're broadcasting to people that can't see, and Mike can't see. So I've given him my number off the air, and he texts me, and he gives me tips here and there about how to be a little bit more descriptive. But he's always so kind and nice. Mike, you have to stay on me about the June 24th game because I'm ADD and I'll forget. Not because I don't care about you, just because I got a lot going on. And I'll get to the Giants about helping you out and coming to the ball game and all that stuff.
Oh, thanks, brother. No, the only reason I sent it now because I found out today everything's confirmed. I'm going to get my flight itinerary from the VA because I'm going to be there on the 14th. So I just wanted to give you an update like I promised, and then we'll do it again.
Thanks. I still think it'd be fun if you drove down, but whatever.
Well, you know what? My cousin and I are fighting over that. We'll see what happens, man, if I can get the keys away from him.
I mean, I've seen worse drivers, so I still think it'd be fun if you drove down.
You just put the pedal to the floor, man, and just,
see what happens.
Hey, I got 4 canes I can use what do you call it? Curb feelers.
Curb feelers. It's all you need is curb feelers. Yeah. Curb feelers and let it rip, baby. Swing hard in case you hit it.
All
right, Mike. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
See, that's why I don't listen to that guy. He makes fun of blind people. and I turn it off every time he comes on. This guy's blind, and he's telling him to drive. I'm going to send a strongly worded email to KNBR. Let's go to Raph in Roanoke Park. Raph, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, what's happening? It's actually Rob, but that's all
Rob,
good.
that's part of the gig here. We screw up names all the time.
I don't mind that. I get called a lot of stuff. Hey, so I couldn't believe it's been a year. To be honest, I was like, oh no, FP's back on, because I go back to the Gary Radnich days when he was like, when you were moving and you're like saves and Gary's calling you out. I'm like, oh geez, and then you went through your stint, but I think ever since you came back, you're a different man. You know what I mean? So you're a little bit older, just like we all have to kind of grow up a little bit. I mean, I'm just saying, I was like disappointed, but now I'm like calling in to say congratulations, dude. I think you're doing a great job.
Thanks,
you know
Raph. I am a lot more humble than I was the first time around. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, right?
And life has a way of doing that to you, and you. I was a little bit cocky. You know, when you just get done playing, you're cocky. You still got a lot of player in you, and I was like ripping collars all the time. It was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. I was
Remember?
like, holy shit, this dude's talking about the Playboy Mansion and shit. I don't give a shit about that. I want to.
That's all right. Whatever. Raph, Rob, whatever his name is. That was nice of him to say, but he swore, and that's one of the rules. I don't understand. You should be able to swear on the show. You should be able to say whatever you want. You can't, though. Just to get that straight, you can't. We have to dump it. We have a dump button, and Tony did a good job. And now he's got to write an email to everybody saying that, why did you hit the dump button? Because the caller swore. It wasn't FP. I've never sworn on the air before. Knock on wood. I got to knock on wood. Something about hearing myself talk. It's like I swear like a sailor off the air. Like, you guys have heard me. And if there's ever a hot mic around, I'm going down hard. But, yeah. Once I get on the air, it's easy not to swear. Let's go to Bartender. Bartender in the East Bay. You're on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Bartender?
All right, let me try and keep it quick because I'm going to jump on Bart real quick. But listen,
Okay.
here I think I'll speak for most of the listeners that have been around for the past year and have heard you. And I don't call really early. I'm always off work late. But here's why there's so much adoration and so much affection coming towards you right now is because you played the game. And you treat the game like we treat it, like fans. Like you don't have this high and mighty, like, you know what I mean? Like, you see it and you try and call it you try and tell it how we see it, how you see it. Like, that's why there's so much calls and so much text and all these things coming through to you. Like, dude, we appreciate you. It's a fresh voice, and we love it. And I'm going to steal another phrase from you. I've been saying it at the restaurant that I work at is, join me on the bobsled to hell, bro. We're going. If you're going with me, then you're with me. If not, peace. Later, bro. Thanks so much. Later.
Yeah, Jason Giambi, for those of you who don't know, he used to say, who's on the bobsled to hell with me every night after the game, and we'd all raise our hands and go out till 3 a.m. Like 15, 18 of us, and we won 102 games doing that. There's something about the unity, the togetherness away from the field, away from work, where you really get to know the person. You're not in the heat of battle. You don't see the person with their game face on. You don't see the person breaking helmets in the back of the dugout. And when you get to know somebody on a different level when you're having beers and breaking bread with them and having dinner. And I think that went a long way with that ball club and winning 102 games that we, usually in the big leagues, it's 3 or 4 guys and they have their little posse and they go out after a game. I don't even know if guys can go out anymore with smartphones. They're always worried about getting pictures taken of them. I think they just play video games in their room now or stay in the hotel lobby. But back in the day, Jason was the ringleader. And as inappropriate as that is, he would say, who's on the bobsled to hell with me? Let's go to Susan in Scottsdale. Susan, you're on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Susan? How are you?
Hi, FP. Thank you, and congratulations on your year. That's great. You've kept a lot of us company this year.
Well, thank you. You guys have kept me company, more importantly, so I thank you.
Sports unites, that's for sure. And I wanted to thank you, too, for this weekend. I read some of your social media posts, about Memorial Day, and you knew the true meaning of it, and they were very thoughtful. My dad served in Korea, and I wanted to share with your listeners something, and he always taught me when I was younger, we went to the VA hospitals and just visited the patients and just the guys that are hanging around and playing cards and checkers. And as a young girl, he took me there, and I still did it here in Arizona and even after he's passed. And they love it, and it's just so meaningful. So your listeners, you don't have to wait for a holiday about military, honors. Go anytime, because they really love it, and they love to talk about their fallen friends. And it's just it'll make your day, and you're doing something real special. So that's my PSA for tonight. But I just wanted to say that your comments were really great online, and people don't take it seriously. And thanks for saying that, because it was just really special to read.
Well, that's easy, Susan. And a lot of my friends are military, and they've lost a lot of their friends. And when I was in D.C. for a decade, I became very involved with veterans and PTSD with veterans, and that was my passion, still is my passion. I've kind of gotten away from it back here on the West Coast, but 22 veterans a day kill themselves in the United States. So I was big into non-invasive drugless therapy for veterans and getting them on the right track and helping them realize that they have value to all of us after they rotate out, because you have value to a tribe. You have this adrenaline rush. You're shooting $5 million missiles, and you have value to the guy next to you, and you train every day, all day to do one thing, and then you're done. And we just throw you back into society and say, be a dad, be a husband, be a functioning member of society when you've seen the worst things of the worst, and we've told you to do the worst things of the worst. And it's a passion of mine. So, yeah, that's easy for me. Memorial Day is a tough day for a lot of people.
Yeah, it sure is. But, thanks for your great words. And I want to say, like everyone else, I've been listening to some of the Giants games. We don't get to see a lot of them here, on TV. So I've listened to you when you were in Milwaukee. You're smooth. You really talk smoothly. And even now, before pitches, you really are sharing some good observations, and you seem a lot more comfortable. So for a novice like me, I notice that too.
Thanks, Susan. It's getting there. It's a work in progress, and the nerves are getting less and less every time I do it, but it's still, man, you got to be smart to be a play-by-play guy. That's all I know. There's lots of numbers and outs and counts and scores, and it's like, oh my God. But it's getting there, and I'm having fun. It's a wonderful opportunity. I can't thank the Giants enough.
Well, good job, and thanks again for indulging me with my comments. But take good care and have another great year, and go out tonight and celebrate, and go get yourself a cupcake on me.
All right, Susan, thanks. Those were beautiful comments, by the way. Thanks for the call.
Welcome.
Very, very good
night.
stuff. Yeah, we always have to remember our veterans, and if you have any spare time, go visit them. Honest to God, it makes their day. Just to go say hi to them at a hospital, the VA, whatever. They are the true heroes, and it's all you have to do is go up to them and say thank you. That's it. Thank you for your service. It doesn't have to be big. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Santangelo? Congratulations on your year.
Thank you.
Anniversary. I wish I could hear you more often. Earlier, 2 in a day. But I guess you see I'm on the wrong coast. I agree. I wish all the vets would have full coverage. They need more help, and it's a very sad fact that that's true. 22. That's very sad.
Yeah, that's a true stat.
Sir, that's very brave.
What do you got tonight, Mitch? What are we talking about?
I got just 49ers. I know your Giants are just hovering around 500. By the way, my grandson's almost walking. He's almost 11 months. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
I'm trying to get a 3T Dodgers shirt for him. 49ers, I'm looking forward to the season. Definitely looking for Lance. But I don't think Sam Darnold has ever had this much talent. I'm almost looking maybe he can win the job, maybe he's surprised. Be a bit of a surprise, right? But he never had such talent that the 49ers have for him. So it'll be very interesting, the competition.
It's going to be fun to watch. We have Brian Peacock coming on in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to talk a lot of 49ers football. Mitch, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for all the calls. You guys are amazing. Coming up next, George Kontos, former pitcher for the Giants and the Pirates. Should I ask him who he was rooting for in this series? Yeah, hey, George, he won 2 World Series with the Giants. I know who he's rooting for. So George Kontos of NBC Sports Bay Area. He does a great job on the pre- and the post-game show. He's going to join us next on The Sports Leader.
Go out tonight and celebrate, and go get yourself a cupcake.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants beat writer for The Athletic, Andrew Baggerly, joined Tolbert and Kolsky yesterday and talked about why the pitching staff enjoys throwing to Patrick Bailey. Ooh, I could do 4 hours on that. I love that stuff. You can hear that podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Nothing like it.
High drive to left. Good!
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
Swinging the ground ball to shortstop. Nobody's there. Coming around third, Sable heading home, and he'll score easily. Standing up, and it's 1-0 Giants. Perfectly placed by Patrick Bailey, right to shortstop.
All right, my first guest tonight, he is a friend of the show, and he is a friend of mine. It's nice to catch up with him. He's doing a great job on NBC Sports Bay Area, doing the pre- and the post-game coverage for your San Francisco Giants. George Contos joins the show. George, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Can't complain. It was nice to see some good Giants baseball up until the last couple of days where things didn't quite go our way.
So who are you rooting for in the last two games?
I mean, I think that is not even worth asking. Definitely our guys.
Well, and for those of you who don't know, George played for the Pirates for a while. I'm looking at a picture of him right now online. Dude, I love the mullet. The mullet look with the Pirates is kind of fierce, bro. Like all the hair flowing out the back with the beard. You ever think about going with that again, or are you just into the finance bro look with the hair slicked back and that's that?
Yeah, well, I tried one time growing my hair out and quickly realized that once it gets a little longer, it gets way too curly and it looks, in fact, like a mullet. And It was in 2018. We were in St. Louis playing the Cardinals, and it was the 8th inning. Had guys on base, and I was checking the runner at second base. And as I looked over my right shoulder, my hair was sweating, and it came all the way around and clipped me in the eye. And I had to step off, and I cut it immediately the next day, and that was it. From now on, it's just using a blow dryer, medium length, and doing it how I have it. That's what I'm comfortable with.
Dude, you could put so much product in your hair, though, back in the day. And I mean, you could put pine tar in there and rosin and what is it, the bullfrog? I mean, you could put all kinds of stuff in that dew.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, now you get caught, and it'd be no good for anybody. It's not like the old days. You got to walk off and give them your hands, and if they don't like you a little bit, they throw you out for sweat.
Dude, don't you hate that, though, when somebody asks you who you're rooting for when your two teams played? Like, literally, it's the one question that kind of gets me. Because, I mean, I grew up a Giants fan, played for the Giants, broadcast for the Giants. You know the whole story. You won 2 World Series here. And, like, who are you rooting for today? The A's or the Giants? Who are you rooting for today? The Dodgers or the Giants? You know, teams that you played for, and people ask you that question. Or even the Nationals. Are you rooting for the Nationals or the Giants? No, I think we work for the Giants. We're all in on the Giants. We're orange and black, baby, all the way. And when somebody asks me that question, it literally rubs me the wrong way every single time.
Well, for me, it's a little bit different. I mean, I agree with you. We are. I mean, I had 8 years in the big leagues, parts of 8 seasons, and 6 of those came with the Giants, and it wasn't even close with how much time or my bulk of work with anybody else. I mean, I made, I think, 350 or 60 appearances total in my career, and 300 of them on the nose came for the Giants. So the only question that I ever got was, who are you rooting for, the Cubs or the Giants? And as soon as I got drafted back in 2006, my Cubs fandom went out the window. There was a little bit of the heartstrings left that the 8-year-old me inside was rooting for the Cubs. But after 2016, now even that's gone. I couldn't root for anybody else other than the Giants, and I am not even the least bit embarrassed to say it.
Talking to George Contos, does a great job for NBC Sports Bay Area in the pre- and post-game show. Former Giant great. All right, let's get to the ball club. I mean, a little hiccup the last 2 games, but I'm not hitting the panic button. I thought today was weird. Last night was weird. What did they get? 7 walks last night. They had their leadoff man on 5 times. They scored 1 run. You know as well as I do, when you have a quick turnaround, the second day is always the worst as a player, where it kind of hits you like a ton of bricks. I used that excuse for last night, but then today Alex Wood just didn't have his best stuff, his best command, and it seemed like every ground ball found a hole.
Yeah, I think to your point, it looked like he had a hard time locating his fastball, which is usually his best weapon, because if you can, and he's an attacker of the zone. He gets ahead of guys quickly. If you're falling behind and giving guys a chance to sit on your pitches, it never works out well. But he had a hard time locating today, and he threw a lot more fastballs today than he typically does, which we talked about it on the post-game show. It looked like he didn't have a very good feel for his changeup or his breaking ball, his slider today. But he did get a little bit unlucky. He got some weak-ish contact that the guys were finding holes. It was right down the line. It was just out past the outstretched glove of some of these infielders. This was one of those starts that we hear crew talk about all the time, right? Like it's not one of your 5 best where pitching is easy. It's not one of your 5 works where nothing's going right. It's just today was a grind for him, and he wasn't able to just battle all the way through. It got the best of him.
Yeah, Giants lose 9-4 to the Pirates today. They lose a series, and now the Orioles are rolling into town. Giants go to 28-28, right at 500, 3rd in the National League West. Well, I mean, there were some good stories today. I mean, J.D. Davis is still swinging the bat. Casey Schmidt, I hope he's okay. He dove for that ball and kind of rolled his shoulder a little bit. They showed him and Gresh in the dugout where they were touching and reaching all over his shoulder. That guy can't get hurt. But, George, the vibe minus the last couple of games, the vibe around town has changed. And I think when you talk about big picture, Giants fans are really excited about these young kids doing what they're doing. You know, as a former pitcher, you know how important catchers are. And you know I like to talk about catching. It's one of my favorite subjects in baseball. I find it fascinating. I never did it. It was one of the only positions I never played. But I think it's the most important position on the field besides what you did. Talk about Patrick Bailey for a second, what you're seeing behind the plate with his game calling, with his framing ability, and what you're seeing, just how he runs a baseball game in general.
I think he's come up and done a great job. You know, first and foremost, when you come up as a new catcher, I know everyone wants to talk about offense and hitting, which is very important, but you have 12 or 13 guys that are going to be throwing the ball to you, and you got to get on the same page with all of them, and you have to instill confidence of yourself in them very quickly, because that pitcher-catcher relationship is very delicate. Obviously, I pitched to Buster for the majority of my career in a Giants uniform, but I had Hector Sanchez, I had Eli Whiteside, I had Trevor Brown, I had other guys, Guillermo Quiros, like all these guys that were just great at calling pitches. And when you can run into the baseball game as a reliever or starter, I mean, starter's a little bit different because you have your game plans, but when you're a reliever and you walk into the game and you have full confidence of what the guy is calling behind home plate, and that if you throw one in the dirt, he'll block it. If you can backpick a guy like we saw today or yesterday, I can't remember, these games are coming together now, but I think it was today, you can backpick guys and pick them off. He's done a great job with his defense, and he's come up and he's just shown this calm, mature confidence about him that's been really resonating. And then, Schmidt has been doing a great job on top of Conforto heating up, Haniger heating up. We saw Brandon Crawford start to figure it out a little bit. Guys are doing good things, and they've turned it around in the second half of May. And it's been really fun because it's gotten to the point where you can feel the buzz of the fans and everything getting excited again. And it's a mixture of these guys pitching well, the bullpen dealing. They're all these guys are finally starting to come into their own, and every facet of the game outside of the last two nights for the Giants has really been firing, and it's gotten people really excited.
Can you remember a time in your career where maybe it was not toward the end, but you had time, you were established, you had a routine, you would come in, get on the table, get your treatment, get your running in, play your long toss, and it became kind of a routine. Was there a time in your career when some 22, 23-year-old kid came rolling in the clubhouse and it invigorated you and energized you and made you look at the game how you did when you were a rookie and you were that kid?
It's interesting. I think that the game, and you and I have discussed this a long time, and you well know that the game was a little bit more old school. Even when I was playing, even 6-7 years ago, when I was kind of in the later stage of my career, when you came up as a younger player, it was kind of like you had the veterans there to just guide you and lead you, and you didn't really do or say much. But I remember one of the guys that came up who was one of the people that threw really hard was in 2014 in September. Hunter Strickland came up, and he was throwing a billion. It was 99 to 102. And obviously you remember that well, being in Washington and everything that kind of transpired in October. But when he came up and he had that 100-mile-an-hour fastball and this demeanor and this kind of like, I'm gonna, country boy, I'm gonna come at you. That was pretty, interesting and exciting for guys coming up. But I was always very lucky in having the people that I had around me in Javi Lopez and Jeremy Affeldt and Santiago Casilla and Sergio Romo. All those guys played a huge part in kind of showing me the ropes and how to be a good big leaguer and how to have my routine and how to not get too high and not get too low. But of all the guys that kind of came up, I do remember that Hunter Strickland was a guy who everyone was looking forward to come up to the big leagues because of that big arm and that big fastball that he had. So there was definitely some excitement there.
Well, I'm a little bit older than you. When I got called up, we were scared of veterans. I mean, it was be seen and not heard, and you had to tiptoe around the clubhouse and speak when you were spoken to. The one advantage I did have in Montreal is we all came up together. So most of the veteran guys I had played with. So when I came into the clubhouse for the first time, I knew most of the faces in there. But there were some guys that they signed through free agency that had, a lot of resume, and you had to just kind of like weave your way around those guys. But there were so many things that go into being a major league player, like, getting where you sit on the bus, where you sit on the plane, what time you get on the bus, what bus you take to the ballpark, what time you get to the ballpark. You feel like every major leaguer is kind of feeling you out to see, is he a lazy guy? Is he on the last bus? Is he early? Is he staying late? Is he working hard? But I think the game has changed a little bit, George, and correct me if I'm wrong, where it's not like that anymore. If you can help us win, I don't care how much time you have, you're one of us now, and they make them feel welcome.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that there was for a younger player, even when I came up, I mean, I've told you the story, but the first time I ever walked on a major league mound was in 2011 in Anaheim with the Yankees uniform on, and I was greeted by Joe Girardi, Jorge Posada, Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, and Mark Teixeira. So that was who was on the mound for me when I made my major league debut. Talk about old school players and accolades amongst accolades and all that. But yeah, I didn't say much the first 2-3 weeks that I was even in the big leagues because I was just taking it all in. I was looking around, and that has changed a little bit. We went through, the old school era of baseball. Then we got to like the let the kids play era, which was like the last 4 or 5 years. And, now we've kind of gotten to the point where guys are just coming up, having a good time. We've moved past, at least in the Giants, right? Brandon Crawford's the last one of the old regime of my teams and of teams that had, won championships and had some history put on the walls. But these guys are doing a great job, I think, of creating a good ethos of hard-nosed baseball players doing it right, homegrown guys. Again, they're starting to turn it over. And even though it's a little bit different on the mentality of what it takes to be a big leaguer, these guys are fun to watch, and they're creating a lot of excitement.
Ethos, big word from George Contos. He's a big man, and he's on TV with NBC Sports Bay Area all the time. You know Brandon Crawford better than all of us. How has he taken this whole I'm playing every once in a while thing and I'm facing lefties on travel days thing?
Oh, I mean, he's taking it like a pro. There's really nothing that I can say about Brandon Crawford more than he's a professional. He's a veteran. The guy's just a baseball player. And, he's patrolled shortstop for the San Francisco Giants for a very long time. They don't have rings in 12 and 14 without his major contributions. He's been a leader. He's got 4 Gold Gloves, multiple All-Star appearances. I could go on and on for days, but bottom line about Brandon Crawford is he's a good human and a good teammate. And inside of him, you better believe there's a fire lit, and he is going to, whenever he gets an opportunity, try and make the most of it and be in the lineup as much as he can, because he still has a lot to give, and it's just taken him, I think, a little bit longer to find his stride than he would have liked and anybody would have liked, really, or hoped for. But, Brandon Crawford's a competitor, and he's an ultimate teammate. So he's going to root for everybody. He knows that what's best for the team is what's going to be done, and I know that he wants to be in that lineup contributing as much as possible. And the bottom line is I know that it's a lot offensive, and he's been a little bit slow, but Brandon Crawford makes the entire infield and outfield better with his presence at shortstop.
And with his presence in the clubhouse, too. There's a great shot on the broadcast today. He was on the iPad. Did you see that? With Casey Schmidt, and they were side by side. And I don't know if he was telling him, dude, dive for balls where you think you have a chance at first. Because even if Casey gets that ball that he dove for in left field, short left field today, he's not getting up and throwing anybody out, even with his arm. So maybe that was a look at the angle here. Look how far out you were. Do you really think you'd have got this guy with his speed from this, and then maybe preserve yourself for, live to fight another ground ball, basically. So we all give back at the end of our careers. There's always some young kid that comes up, and he might take your job, might not take your job. But there was an older guy that took us under their wing, and they gave back to the game. And then when you get to a certain point, when you're in your mid-30s or whatever, then there's some other kid running around the clubhouse. It's just how it goes. And if you're a good human being like Brandon is, you give back to the game of baseball that it's given you so much, and that's just how it goes. And there's not too many veterans that I've come across that's just like, hey, kid, get out of my way, leave me alone. You see that in movies sometimes, but I feel like with the good ones like Crawford, hey, I'm going to help this kid, and that's how it goes. Someday Casey Schmidt, 10, 12 years from now, is going to help some kid that gets called up for the Giants.
Totally. Brandon's not in any way a malicious person. He's just a nice human being, but I've said it a ton more before. That guy is just, he was built to be a baseball player. I think other than Troy Tulowitzki, the guy's been the biggest shortstop in baseball for the last decade, patrolling the 6th hole. And, he's one of those guys where, Casey Schmidt has his tools that, he's got a cannon for an arm. He's got good range. He has the energy to be running and all of that stuff. But what Brandon can impart on him is like, hey, know the situation. Know who's at the plate and what his tendencies are. And before, and I said this on the pregame show yesterday when we were talking about Brandon and some of his highlights, he is the guy that would look in. When I'd come in the game, for example, he'd be like, hey, what signs are you using with the guy on second? And I would tell him. And he'd know who was in the box. He'd know what that guy did. He would look and see what Buster or whoever was catching was calling. And he would adjust accordingly based on what my stuff did. If I was throwing a cutter away, he was going to take a step to his left because he knows that ball is not going to be pulled this far. It'll be more up the middle. So his baseball intuition and his baseball knowledge is just really, really good. And what he can really help Casey Schmidt with is understanding the bigger picture of things and how to anticipate, how to be already taking a step to your left or right based on the situation, what the guy's trying to do. And that's just something that he has and has always had it. And that's one of the biggest ways I think he can help Casey.
Yeah, and he is, and he will. All right, last one. I'll let you go. I know you've had a long day on TV. What do you see happening with this team? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but do you think this is a playoff team today on May 31st, end of May, as we speak?
Well, after witnessing the last two games, I mean, that's kind of we peaked and then we're kind of like, uh-oh. But, I mean, the last 2 weeks, obviously, and I've said this a lot in the last couple of days, is whenever you have a team that is firing on all cylinders, like the Giants have been, their starting pitching has been good. Their bullpen, since May 1st, really, but since May 15th, has been the best bullpen in the big leagues by far. All their guys are starting to hit a little bit better. The defense has been better. So I think it's safe to say the Giants have been firing on all cylinders in all facets of the game. And when you can play, and you know this as well because you've been on teams that have done it, but when you can bottle up that feeling and hold it for as long as you can and really ride that confidence, good things tend to happen because, as you know, at some point, maybe hitting goes again, or maybe the starters start to falter. Maybe the bullpen blows a couple saves and they're going to have to continue to pick themselves up in other ways. You know, Kruk and Kipe said on the broadcast today, all you can expect is where the team is at today. So as of right now, they're at 500. They're at 28-28. So do I think that they're a playoff team? If they can continue playing like they had the last 2 weeks, minus today and yesterday, then yes, I think they can sneak up and they can grab a wild card spot. If you can really play well and keep firing on all cylinders like they are for a month or 2 months, you have a chance of catching the Dodgers potentially because they're still within reach. But I think right now they're a wild card team if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, I think they could too if they click and everything clicks and everybody comes back healthy. You never know. All right, George, thanks for your time, man. Let's catch up soon. I'm glad you're in town right now. You're killing it on the air as you always do, and I look forward to seeing you maybe after the show tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
All right.
I'll see you later.
The great George Contos joining the show. Portions of the show are pre-recorded, by the way. I got a text. FP, dude, now I know I don't want to watch the radio show. Tell me how gratifying it's supposed to be watching somebody eat microwave spaghetti, wipe their nose, and check their phone before going back to attempting to twirl spaghetti. That's a losing proposition for any audience. I forgot we're streaming, dude. I'm sitting here eating dinner during the Contos interview. Well, if you like that interview, you hear it again in the 9 o'clock hour. That's George Contos, one of my buddies, and he does do a great job for NBC Sports Barrie. I want to get into the Dubs a little bit, Bob Myers thing. Switch gears a little bit. Thanks for all the kind words. You guys are amazing. Full phone lines for the first hour of the show. It's my year anniversary at KNBR. It's so good to be home. I can't thank all the brass at KNBR for allowing me to do this every night. They're amazing people, and I'm very, very blessed to be able to talk to you guys and have an avenue to talk sports every single night. I can't wait to do the show every night. All right, switching gears a little bit. We're going to talk some Warriors, some Bob Myers on the other side. You're listening to FP Santangelo on KNBR tonight. This is the Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. KNBR Tonight with former Giant F.P. Santangelo. Now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Rebound Curry. And the dream season is now complete. The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions. Their first title in 40 years. And how sweet it must be for those crazy loyal Bay Area fans.
One of the great playoff runs of all time is complete. The Warriors are NBA champions again.
Final seconds here of this 2018 NBA season. There's the buzzer. There's a new dynasty in the NBA. The Golden State Warriors champions once again, back-to-back titles, 3 in 4 years, and the latest with a sweep. And that'll do it. It's over. The Golden State Warriors return to a familiar place. They're on top of the NBA world. The 4th title in 8 years. The Dubs dynasty is still very much alive.
I guess is the Dubs dynasty very much alive as we speak. F.P. Santangelo, KNBR Tonight. We're celebrating my year anniversary here at the Sports Leader, coming back on May 31st last year. Part of that year I've been back, and a big part of that was the Warriors last year winning their 4th NBA championship in the Bob Myers era. He was 2 times NBA Executive of the Year. Obviously, he won 4 championships. So the architect of an era steps down. And, you know, I think it can relate to all sports, right? When you burn out, maybe it can relate to like work too. Like when you burn out, you give it everything you have every single day, and then you burn out and you don't feel like you're giving it your best effort anymore. And with him and the Warriors, he set the bar so high that you kind of created a monster in a sense, maybe with the fan base, with ownership, where they're expecting this high level of excellence every single day after you've accomplished so much. So it becomes a championship or bust mentality where you're getting calls at 2 a.m. from the owners and what's going on. And last year this didn't happen, and last year and 2 years ago and we won this, and why do you want to do this? And now all of a sudden, I don't know, sometimes success is harder than failure. I remember doing the show, and I keep referring to this because it's one of the most interesting shows I've done in this year I've been back, when I said, as a sports fan, what do you consider a successful season? And so many of you said, if it's not a championship, it's not a successful season. And my take on that whole thing has been like, if I enjoy the ride, I enjoy the journey. Like the 49ers season, for example, wasn't a championship season. I thought it was an extremely successful season based on all the adversity they went through. We don't need to chronicle it again. You guys know it. It's a waste of time for me to go over it. The Warriors championship season, they went through a lot of adversity. I remember it was late in the season when it was the first time that Draymond, Clay, and Steph had all been on the court in however many months or games. It was a crazy amount. And I don't remember the exact. You guys probably know. And so they had a lot of adversity. But they won the championship. So when you're the head guy, the guy that makes all the decisions, and I've seen this happen. I've been around this. I mean, we could point right to the team on the corner of 3rd and King, winning 3 championships, and the fan base expects championships now. And if you're running that franchise and that organization, anything less than a World Series championship or a deep playoff run is considered not a successful season. 500, 81-81, no way. We won 107 games the year before. So Bob Myers, as great as he was, as personable as he was, I don't know him. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he's my buddy, but just all the things you hear, it sounds like he was one of those guys you really wanted to work with. One of those leaders that really got the best out of you. One of those leaders that didn't intimidate you, you weren't afraid of, you could go up and talk to him, and he would shoot you straight. And I'll tell you this, in professional sports, I can count on one hand the GMs or the front office people or maybe even the big league managers that shot me straight throughout the course of my career. And what does that mean? You're like, well, what does that mean, shooting you straight, FP? Well, it means telling you maybe some things you don't want to hear. It means telling you things you do want to hear. And if you had to go up to them and say, like, why am I not playing? Why is this happening? Why did we get this guy? They'll give you an honest answer. I remember with the Dodgers, and this is being as open and honest as I can be on 50,000 watts. I went up to Kevin Malone in batting practice one day, and I said, Kevin, you signed me here to play center field. I haven't seen the field in 10 days. Like, what's going on? Well, I go to the manager all the time and tell him he needs to get you in there. We need a spark. Then he goes, you should probably go talk to him. I walk into Davey Johnson's office in Dodger Stadium. Hey, Skip, like, what's going on, man? You guys signed me to play center field. He said, go talk to the general manager. He doesn't want you to play. That's not shooting somebody straight, right? The manager says it's the general manager. The general manager says it's the manager. That team didn't win. And I think you can figure why just by that little story. But when you have a guy like Bob Myers and you have that relationship, and I feel like those relationships might be easier in the NBA because there's less players, but then it might be harder in the NBA because a lot of those guys are divas. They really are. I mean, if we're being honest, they really are. They got $500 million. Their payroll is going to exceed $500 million next year. $500 million. That's nuts. So you put all that together, and you're human beings, right? And the stress and the pressure of having to perform not just at the highest level of basketball, but the highest level of the highest level of basketball, where it's championship or bust. And I think when you look at the Warriors season, and this is not a basketball guy's take, this is an athlete's take. And I said this at the time. Once the punch happened, you're playing uphill, you're playing out of a hole the whole season. You are. Because the energy it takes to be successful on the court now was being used as, we're going to have team meetings, we're going to figure this out, we're going to get this all on the table, we're going to have to answer questions, the whole team's going to have to answer questions, the team itself is going to have to spin this in PR, how did this get out, who filmed it, is there a traitor amongst us? Now, all that energy and that mental focus that you take to get back to the top of the mountain after you just had a parade on Market Street is focused on that. So now it's like bogeying the first 5 holes at a major. You're playing makeup ball the whole time. And for whatever reason, we all saw it, there was something missing. I don't know if this is all fact, but it's starting to come out where Steve Kerr is saying things and Bob Myers is saying things. This was a big deal, and I said it at the time. And I said it all season long. You guys made fun of me. No championship season ever started with one player punching another. Now, that happens during the course of the season sometimes when you get on each other's nerves and you're like brothers and you fight and whatever and you make up and I'm sorry. You know, you're on the same bus, the same plane, the same hotel, the same practice, same locker room. It's just like, uncle, this guy's driving me nuts. And you go at it. It happens. I've seen it happen. But never in spring training, never in camp. You're so excited to see everybody. How many fights are there on the first day of school? Never. You're always excited to meet your new classmates, your new teacher. You're fired up about it. Maybe you're a little nervous because you went to a new school if you're a free agent. But there's never like playground fights the first day of school because that would make for a hell of the rest of the school year, right? Well, that's kind of what they went through. And I think Bob Myers this is just pure speculation, probably a lot of time trying to mend egos and getting guys to trust each other again. And for whatever reason, Jordan Poole wasn't the same Jordan Poole he was the year before. And by all accounts, it seems like Draymond couldn't be the leader he wanted to be because he fractured a lot of relationships by doing what he did. So now you're getting calls at 2 a.m. You're trying to keep up at this excruciatingly high level. I've been around general managers that told me like they make every penny they make by dealing with the owners. We don't really think about this aspect, right? There's a lot of owners in sports, whether it's basketball, baseball, football, hockey, or soccer, whatever it is, that know just enough about the game, whatever game that is, to be a pain in the ass. Like you know just enough about football. The best owners, in my experiences, they defer to the people that know it all, the people that have lived it their whole lives, and they let them do their thing. But when you think about it, if you become a billionaire and you are an owner of a team, how many times are you not controlling and you're letting people do their thing? You probably got to the top of the mountain and you're worth $4, $5, $6, $7 billion because you controlled that. It's like owning a restaurant. If you own a restaurant and you're never at the restaurant, you're going to people are going to steal from you. It's a cash industry. They're going to steal. You have to be part of a restaurant. If you're a billionaire, you don't just sit back in your house and watch the Kardashians and all of a sudden you're a billionaire. You're out there busting your ass. You're paying attention to every penny. You're making sure that everybody's loyal and they're working for you. I would imagine. I don't know. I'm not a billionaire. I'm a thousandaire. I'm not a billionaire. So that's where it gets tricky in my experiences with the brass, the front office, and the ownership. Because the front office and the brass has a lot of great ideas that they think they can pull off, and it's based on experience and knowledge and data and homework, and they get there at 8 a.m. every day, and they leave at midnight every day. And they live it. They breathe it. It's all they do. And then you go to the owner and say, I got this great idea for a trade. And they're like, nope. I think you should do this. And that's where the whole thing gets weird. I got a great idea. We should trade this guy, get this guy. Or, hey, I looked at we need to sign this guy to a multi-year. Nope. I'm not giving you the funds to do that. I know a story of a superstar player that was on the trading blocks a number of years ago in baseball. And there was a huge deal on the table for a lot of other players. And it was a great deal for whatever organization. And the owners said, no, we can't trade him. And then he was a free agent the next year and they got nothing for him. So there's all these stories behind the scenes. So if you're Bob Myers, I'm reading between the lines that it was really hard for him to stay at this high level. It was really hard for him every single day to be great and to be allowed to be great. If I'm reading between the lines right, I could be wrong. This is pure and utter speculation. That's why we love Sports Talk Radio. This is my opinion based on a lot of years of experience and reading between the lines of these quotes. I'm always the conspiracy theorist. I never take anything for face value that I read in the newspaper because I've lived it. I know when they say so-and-so's got a sprained ankle that he's getting a divorce and they put him on the DL because they're saying sprained ankle because he there's what we see as fans and what actually goes on behind the scenes are usually two different things. Not always. I shouldn't say usually. I should say sometimes. Usually is not the right word. So when you look at everything he's done, where do you get the energy? Where do you get the fire? Where do you get the passion? Where do you get the desire to do it all over again when maybe some things have changed because of the success? Whether it's expectations from the fan base, from the ownership, from the players, from the coach, I don't know. I understand wholeheartedly why he's stepping down. He's 48 years old. He's young. He can do whatever he wants. He could go work for a Fortune 500 company and triple what he's making with the Warriors. He could do the world is his oyster right now based on what you hear about the guy. Like when I listen to Greg Papa and guys that know him, he just sounds like a really good dude. And so you root for guys like that, especially a guy that's given us so many thrills, the architect of an era, 4 championship rings. Let's go to Gil in Gilroy. That was hard to say. Gil in Gilroy, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Yeah, say that 3 times fast, huh?
Is your first name Gilroy and you just shorten it up for Gil?
No, Gilbert.
Oh, I was going to say Gilroy in Gilroy. You're on KNBR. What's going on, Gilroy?
Kilroy in Gilroy, right?
What do you got, dude?
Hey, so it's funny, when you were talking about that whole thing, is the measure of a success for your team a championship or bust? And most respondents were saying yes. And then as you were saying it, I was thinking, well, man, I'm a football fan first and foremost, and I thought last year that Niner team in 2022, how they rose from the ashes and then, took over. That was one of the most thrilling, Niner years in history that I in my lifetime. And, and I actually had, tickets back in the day with the Montana young years. So it's like, and statistically, this team was the best since the last Super Bowl team in '94. So it's funny. You were saying it as I was thinking it, and it's like, it's funny. It seems to me because having experienced the dynasty days in person, right, and still being here alive and kicking, right, for this new Shanahan era and how exciting it is. And like I said, statistically now, it is the best Niner team since. You can look it up. But we've got to enjoy the ride, folks. We're a perennial contender now. We lost Super Bowl, but Final Four, 3 out of the last 4 years, and now we're one of the favorites to win it all again. We got to just enjoy the ride, and it's like, and especially the competition is so stiff, it's difficult to come back and win it. I mean, that's what we got to strive for, but we got to enjoy the ride.
Yeah, only one fan base, Gil, goes home happy every year. So it based on a lot of calls, I'm not saying everybody, but I would say more than I was expecting. A lot of the calls on that show I did, 2-3 months ago, were if the Niners don't win the Super Bowl, it's not a successful season. Well, by that attitude, only one fan base goes to the Kansas City Chiefs fan base is the only one that had a successful season this year.
So, and then does that, going along with that logic, right, and that way of thinking, so then the win streak at the end of the year, the Cinderella ride of Brock Purdy for all time. I mean, now that's the greatest rookie quarterback year of all time, right there. He's already made history. So that's out the window because we came one game away.
Yeah, I don't understand it, but I do understand it because based on a lot of success with a lot of teams around here, winning a championship, Gil, it's just like the best drug in the world for a player, for a fan, for a front office, for an organization. And I always said, win one and I'm good. I never did as a player, but I've been lucky enough to be around it a couple times as a broadcaster here and back east. And you want to do it again, man. So I get the mentality. It's just like, well, let's do it again. That was fun. Oh my God, the parties. There was no rules. We could do whatever we want. We could stay out till 4 a.m. We could ride on top of a car. We could walk down the middle of the street with a beer in our hand. There's no rules. You're just out partying. You won the championship. You're kind of above the law, having a good time, so to speak. Air quotes, above the law. Nobody's above the law. But you know what I mean. And so it's just a euphoric feeling as a fan base. It doesn't happen very often. And you want to do it again. And as a player, you want to do it again.
Absolutely. As a fan, I know that I went to the parades in the old days, and it's like, oh, my God, but well, I mean, and then the emergence of McCaffrey last year, and what a leader on the team he became, and a foundational piece, like the greatest trade in NFL history. So, I mean, they're right at the cusp here. And, are they ready to take the next step? That's the question. And I think the bigger thing, other than the quarterbacks, will be the offensive line. How good is that offensive line? How far can they take them? Or will Philly just destroy them again in the NFC Championship like they did last year?
Well, they better protect my Brock, or they're going to have to answer to me on the night show. I'll tell you that.
Hey, actually, before I go real quick, I just wanted to give you some props about, your success here on KNBR and how great it is to have you here. And for me, see, I'm a football fan really only. Baseball and basketball and hockey, the rest I don't pay attention to. But I'll listen to your show because you make it interesting, the way you break it down. And then just how you relate it to sports in general. So what you're talking about, is the success of your team a championship or not, right? That applies to football, baseball, hockey, every professional sport, right? So you have a knack for doing that so that even as a football fan who doesn't care about the other sports, when you're talking about the other sports, it still interests me and piques my interest.
Thanks for the kind words, Gilroy and Gilroy. I really appreciate it.
Aliens. One last word about aliens.
Yeah, what do you got?
Okay. So, have you heard that? Now, this is true. You can look this up. People, you can just Google this while I'm saying it. But that NASA has found what they think is evidence of a parallel universe in Antarctica.
Okay.
So this is what NASA says, that there's these particles that are falling to Earth all the time, and they're heavy particles, so they're absorbed by the Earth, right? And then there's lighter particles that pass through the Earth. So anyway, down in Antarctica, where there's no civilization, there's no radio waves, and it's pristine. They can see imaging out in space is incredible, right? But also, what they say is they saw the image of these particles on their machines that record it. Instead of falling down to the Earth, they were going up into the sky, which violates the laws of physics because they have mass and the gravity pulls them into the Earth, so they can't go up into the sky. That's impossible. So what NASA feels is that this is evidence of a parallel universe that goes where time goes in reverse, so that instead of and the two universes are close together so you can see across. So instead of the particles falling down to Earth in linear time like us from the beginning to the end, this other universe goes in the reverse, from the future to the past, as like a mirror image. So what if aliens are not aliens from another planet? They're us from the future.
Whoa. That's like Stranger Things, the upside down, right?
Right?
Oh, my gosh. All right, Gil. You lost me at Parallel Universe, but that was fascinating stuff. And maybe we can all get younger if I could just jump on that reverse thing.
Man, I'm with you.
All right, Gil. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
You guys, I did a whole show on aliens one night, and I forget how I got off the track. You guys know I'm ADD as hell. But I surmised the whole thing at the end. It was like COVID when we were all isolated, and you started to find out people's political views that you really didn't want to find out. And then you're like, oh, okay. Well, the whole aliens thing is along those lines, because you start to find out people's belief in aliens and UFOs, and you're like, oh, okay. I kind of look at you a little differently now because you're out there. But Gil, that was fantastic and very interesting. I have no idea what you said. I just know if particles go up, that I'm going backwards. That's all I got out of that. I mean, more alien talk on the other side of the break. I want to get into David VR a little bit and what he's going through as a player. And I want to get into the Padres broadcast thing and maybe the best sporting event you've ever been to. The Indy 500 was this week, and I have been to an Indy 500, and it was bitching. So all those are on the table. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chime in. We'll talk some Padres broadcast, what's going on with that. I want to talk David VR and maybe the best sporting event you've ever been to. Coming up next on the Sports Leader.
NASA has found what they think is evidence of a parallel universe in Antarctica.
Okay.
KNBR app. Now, KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So I mistimed my pregame coffee. Mistimed it. I had it too close to game time. And then I'm running, doing my sprints, and then I throw. In the middle of the first inning, I'm like, goodness gracious. This is not good. So I was hit the top of the second. I was leading off the inning, and I said, I don't care where this pitch is. This at bat is ending first pitch. And because I need to go. And then first pitch, I get a hanging slider, and then I deposit it in the seats. And then as soon as I touch home plate, it was like it's straight to the bathroom. No high fives, straight to the bathroom. That was best case, but dude, honestly, if I had to run the base, I would have gotten picked off on purpose or something because I would have had to go so bad.
Yeah, you can't mistime your coffee. That was Pete Alonso with a great story about how he was trying to make an out. Because he said I was swinging the first pitch. I mean, what if he hit a base hit? Then he was screwed. Because now he's on the bases, and he's got to take a dump. And who knows how long the inning goes. Trip to the mound by the pitching coach. By the way, I have to do that right now. There's no way you read my mind right there. Maybe that's a parallel universe thing. I dig the UFO stories. I literally am infatuated with UFOs. I go on TikTok all the time. And you guys know, have you guys been on TikTok? Turn on the streaming. We're streaming on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube, I think Twitch as well. People have seen me eat a dinner here tonight while we did a taped interview with George Contos. I forget we're on this thing. I think I will get fired because of this, by the way. So happy anniversary to me. It's my year anniversary at KNBR. Because of the camera in here, it's only going to be a year. I keep forgetting it's on. But we are streaming if you want to see my fancy new haircut that I got today. Yeah, I encourage you to go on and look at it. Thanks to all the compliments today. It's been very overwhelming. I said very casually coming on the air that it was my year anniversary. I started May 31st, I believe, last year. And then tons of text messages pouring in. Congrats, FP. You're one of the best voices on the station. That's the 707 chiming in. FP, the 916. Glad you're back. Great job announcing the games. Have a good evening. That's CHP Joe. Thanks, CHP Joe. Wonderful dude. He texts all the shows all the time. Nobody else answers Joe but me on the text line. So you guys need to start returning your the other shows. Talk to people on the text line. Happy anniversary, brother. KNBR return trip. That was 707 chiming in. Congratulations on your anniversary, FP. Love your show. There's one funny one. I'm trying to get to it. Where is it? Something about you suck, but I still listen every day. It was really good. But he was joking. Happy anniversary. Love your evening show, especially your play-by-play for the Giants. You always teach me something interesting or say something really irreverent and funny. Hope you can keep it up for a long, long time. You had a lot of positivity to my day. That's the 415. Thank you. That's cool. There's a certain responsibility that we all have in broadcasting, no matter what kind of day we have, to come on here with a energy and an upbeat attitude, because if you're getting in your car and you've had a bad day, I can't come on here and have a bad day. It's my job. I used to say when I was part of the broadcast team back east that, I'm at a ballpark, I'm talking about baseball. It's my happy place. It's my Disneyland. And there's a lot of people that don't have a happy place or Disneyland. So it's your responsibility to bring that joy and that positivity every day. Keep bringing the energy, FP. Happy 1 year again. What happened to Conforto? I missed the game. This is the 415. Congrats on the 1 year. And would love some analysis where the Giants are. If the Orioles take that series, we're back to sub 500. Conforto hurt his heel yesterday reaching for the bag. It was a high throw, and he kind of ducked it. There's an old rule. If the feet go up, you go down. So if I see a guy jump and his feet go in the air, I slide. Maybe it was too late for that, and who knows if he dove with his shoulder. He was scared to dive with his shoulder. He just, rehabbed that thing for 18 months, and I don't blame him for not sliding there. But the way he reached for the bag, I've seen guys blow out their ACLs and everything that you can blow out in a knee and be done for 2 years. So the fact that he only bruised his heel, even if he has to go on the IL, I think is a good thing in the sense that it could have been way worse. The negative to that is he's swinging the bat and he's their best hitter all of a sudden. And I told you guys he would be your favorite player. I said that all winter, that Conforto is going to be your favorite player this year. Maybe I was a little bit off because there's this guy named Casey Schmidt and this other guy named Patrick Bailey. But Conforto can hit. He can flat out hit. And when you miss 18 months in a season, it's going to take a minute to get your swing back, get your legs under you. I just hope he's okay. He's a big part of this team. Let me just go through all these texts real quick. This might be our segment. Let's see. 208 chiming in. Happy anniversary, Mr. Santangelo. I'm a diehard Niner and Giants fan. Happy to be listening to you about the extraterrestrials. Now you're talking about gummies with that one guy. Love the show, Duck Shack Jimbo. Yeah, I think that the UFO show was one of my favorite ones because it's just like I said, going to break. During COVID, we all heard people's views on politics and masks and non-masks and your theory on the whole thing, and then you had some really smart friends that you're looking at like that. Wait, that's what you think? Okay. And I think hearing everybody's takes on UFOs, very, very intelligent people calling in, and they have some way out there theories on UFOs and extraterrestrials and life and other planets. And it just was like, oh my God. And it was fascinating to me. I wish I could have recorded the whole show. I hope someday on KNBR we can record the whole show and play it on the site. I think that would be cool. Because I a lot of times I'll tell people like, oh my gosh, we had this caller tonight. He was hilarious. And they're like, where can I see it? And I'm like, well, you can only see the interviews on a podcast. So maybe someday that would be cool. I love being part of the 6 to 10 community, FP. Thanks for making it fun. Millbrae fan, that's from the 650. 650 also chiming in. FP, if you were the Giants general manager, what moves would you make? Would you add another starter to the bullpen or help another bat? Ooh, I never like to step on general manager's toes. I don't like to play GM on the radio. But I do think, I mean, since you ask, that I think Corbin Burns would look good in a Giants uniform, and that's all I'm going to say. I think that would be awesome. That caller was spot on. No, here it is. This is the 925. FPU sucks so bad that I listen every day. Ha, ha, ha. Glad to have you back for a year. And hopefully more. That caller was spot on. That's why we love you. You talk like you are one of us. I am one of you, man. I've been a Giants fan longer than I was a player. I've been a Giants fan since I was like 9 years old. So I'm still a Giants fan first and foremost. Lucky enough to play for the team I grew up rooting for, and that's pretty cool. Love the insight. FP and Paulie Mack are hanging out. Fun guys. Dude, I don't know. We haven't heard from Gino from South City for a long time. 650. We hope Gino's okay. We have not heard from Gino. Remember, he was calling all the time when I first got here last year, and he was 94 years old, so we hope Gino's okay. Gino, if you're out there, give us a call if you can. Let's see. Yes, right. That haircut is way too short. Yeah, my haircut is too short. I don't know. It'll grow back. UFP, all right, that's enough of the text message. The show's dying right now. Let's go to Mark in Rockland. Mark, you're on KNBR. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, FP, how are you?
I'm doing good, Mark. Thanks for calling the show.
My pleasure. Hey, I love the Pete Alonso story. I don't know if you caught the tail end of it, but he said if he got on base, like if he got a single, he was going to get picked off no matter what.
Dude, I've been there in baseball before. I sharded in center field one time in my home whites. I did. And it was just embarrassing, and I had to go in and change pants, and I think I was up third that inning, so it was in Montreal. I had to run back into the clubhouse, and the clubhouse was not near the dugout. You had to run down a tunnel, around the corner, hang a left. Yeah, and I had to go change everything. So that happens to players. When you play 162 games, pretty much everything that you could imagine happening happens over a number of years.
Yeah. It's a long season. Hey, by the way, congrats on your 1-year anniversary. You got some props from Greg Papa the other day, talking about how you do such a great job of talking about the inner part of the game. He compared you to Mike Krukow, so I don't know if you were aware of that or not, but you got some really good props from Greg Papa.
Oh, that's cool. I was not aware of it. I'm out running errands all day and running on the Embarcadero. I listen to KNBR a lot when I'm just around the house, but I'm never in my house, so those guys do a great job. They do a great job every single day. They're amazing. Let me see. Who do they have tomorrow? Yeah, Susan Slusser is going to be on with Papa and Lund tomorrow. They're going to talk about the youth movement, and they're going to talk about the Pirates series. So you can catch that on Papa and Lund tomorrow. That was really nice of Greg. I look up to Greg. He was one of my biggest influences when I started. I think my first ever game without John Miller or Dwayne Kuiper filling in for Mike Krukow. Greg Papa and I did a series in Seattle when I first started. And he's taught me a lot, and I've stayed in touch with him when I was on the East Coast. And as you guys know, he's one of the best in the business, man. I love listening to him do 49ers broadcasts. So that does mean a lot to me, coming from somebody that's really good at what he does.
It was genuine, too. It was very heartfelt, so it was good to hear. And it's never bad getting compared to Mike Krukow, I would imagine.
No, those guys are the best in the business, and they're the reason that I got into broadcasting. And it's the truth. I'm not just saying that. I wouldn't have been a broadcaster if it wasn't for Dwayne Kuiper steering me this way and for all the help Mike Krukow's given me along the way. So those guys are my heroes. They're my idols in broadcasting and maybe even in life. They're just great people, period.
They are. Well, you're a team player. I enjoyed listening and watching you do color for the Nationals, sometimes on MLB. And I really love your stories. You know, just the Bob Meyer and the Davy Johnson story, that's pretty good stuff. So keep on doing what you're doing. Happy anniversary to you.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate the kind words, and thanks for giving me the heads up on Pops. I'll shoot him a text after the show and thank him. That's really nice of him. Good stuff. Yeah, straight shooters, man. They're hard to find. They might be hard to find in the real world, too, when you think about it. Everybody's got an agenda. Everybody's trying to climb over each other. Everybody's trying to get a promotion. Everybody's trying to get a raise. You know, everyone's trying to keep their jobs. I think a lot of times that's why you become disingenuous or unauthentic. Is unauthentic, inauthentic, whatever the word is. And you get away from that. And then when you can find somebody that's super authentic and super comfortable in their own skin, and they're so comfortable they can tell you things you don't want to hear, along with things you do want to hear if you're doing a good job. And I think when you find a GM like Bob Myers or somebody that can relate to everybody's different personalities, super eclectic, they know how to push buttons with this guy. They know how to give this guy a hug. This guy needs a kick in the ass. This guy needs just to listen. This guy needs, whatever, counseling. You have to know how to manage people, and that's a skill. Dusty Baker's the best I've ever seen at it, period. End of story. He's the best, number one. Everybody else is number two. Dusty Baker, it doesn't matter where you're from, what your background is, rich, poor, black, white, Latin, Asian, married, divorced, single, it doesn't matter. Dusty relates to everybody. Kids, no kids. He is the best there ever was at being a people person. And that's an innate skill, man. I don't know how you do it. I try to aspire to be like Dusty in that regard. I feel like I love all people in all walks of life and love everybody for who they are, not what they have achieved. I feel like a lot of times we get caught up in how much money somebody makes, what their status is. Oh, I want to hang around him. He's successful. He's rich. He's a baseball player. Whatever. I got along with the kids that shine my shoes in Oakland or in every team that's the same as the owner of the team. I think there's a skill to that. And I work at it every day. You never want to think you're better than anybody else, but Dusty Baker is the best at being authentic and true and just a good freaking dude, man. That's hard to find in any walk of life. And if you get one that wins 4 championships and he knows what he's doing on top of it, let's not get this wrong. You can't just be Bob Myers and be nice and win 4 championships. There's this little thing where you have to actually know what you're doing, and he knew what he was doing, and he always will no matter what he does. Let's go to Andrew in Mountain View. Andrew, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, FB, how you doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
Not complaining tonight. I just want to start off congratulating you on your 1-year anniversary. I love listening to you in your show. Don't tell anybody of the other hosts. I love them too, but you are fantastic.
You're not cheating on them, though. I won't tell them.
Good. That's what I like to hear. Would not want to get in trouble with any of them. Anyway, so I've called in a couple times. I'm the guy who's from the Bay Area, but my dad's from Philly, so I grew up a huge Phillies and Eagles fan. So when it comes to baseball and football, I love the Phillies and Eagles. And first, I wanted to touch on your point about Dusty. There's no one I would have wanted the Phillies to lose to more than Dusty Baker. I totally agree with you. I think he seems like you probably know him better than I do, but he just seems like a very genuinely great person. So I always loved him when he was managing, on the Giants. So he's one of my favorite managers out there.
He's the best.
Oh yeah, but it's funny when you're. I want to kind of go back to what you were talking about earlier about expectations, for fans and whether or not they win a championship. Growing up in the Bay Area as a Phillies Eagles fan, Phillies fans, we have such high expectations, but at the same time, we kind of always expect our teams to disappoint us in the end. Like, I couldn't tell you how many times my dad and I have been watching, whether it was the Super Bowl this last year or the World Series or whatever big series a Philly team is in, and just going, oh, we kind of expect them to lose. So I think, as a Phillies fan, we're a little bit of masochists. We take pleasure in kind of seeing the Philly teams disappoint us in the end, but in the end, we also always have high expectations and expect them to win maybe more than they do. So I kind of just wanted to share that story. It's if you ever have a chance to watch a game with a Phillies fan, it is very entertaining.
I have. I've spent a lot of time at Citizens Bank Ballpark over the years, and I have a lot of friends. It's a 2-hour train ride from D.C., so I have a lot of friends. An hour and a half, actually. a lot of friends in Philly, and I used to go up there on the weekends. So I know the Philly sports fan very well.
Oh yeah, they're a different animal. And I'll leave you with this kind of story. It's funny. My mom, well, not a story, but my mom's from Hayward, and she absolutely hates watching any Philly game with my dad and I because the whole time we're complaining about Philly sports. And she just looks at us and goes, guys, can't you just enjoy what they're doing and the fact that they're playing well? I think I learned that from my mom just to enjoy the ride, you know?
Yeah, enjoy the ride. Andrew from Mountain View, thanks for the call, dude. Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Let's go. You have a good night, man. Let's go to Ragu in Cupertino. Ragu, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, SP, congratulations on the 1-year anniversary. I'm a long-time listener. I used to listen to you even your previous stint. I mean, you're such a genuine person. It even shows up in your voice. In fact, my wife, sometimes she's on the passenger seat, and she says, I mean, this person's voice, you can tell he's really genuine, and you know, it's like a lot of times the hosts actually they undermine the callers, but you're always, even though you have played and you probably have more, you could do that, but you never do that. It's just like Tom Tolbert. I always feel people who have done it in the past, they're more tolerant towards the callers, and you're absolutely one of the best. And just going back to Papa, and the day before I was listening to you, you were on the radio with Joe, and I remember that one particular call where you said, hey, the next pitch is going to be fastball, and be ready to swing, and it turned out it was a fastball. Obviously, the batter didn't swing. And the next day I was listening to Papa, and I was like relating both the things, and I was also thinking, I mean, you're so good in calling the games. You're such a nice human being, and that is true. Papa was calling you out, and then he had all high praises. I'm sure I'm the first caller from India, but I'm hoping to call you more often. Again, congratulations. You do an awesome job.
Ragu, that was great, man. You got to call more. That was outstanding. And tell your wife thank you very much for the kind words, too. You guys are awesome, and thanks for all the kind words, and we'll hear from you soon.
Thank you, SP. You have a great day.
Ragu from Cupertino. It's a good name, too. I'll remember that one. Let's go. We're blowing up the clock. Should we go to break? One more call? Dana, what's going on in Scottsdale?
Happy anniversary, buddy.
Thanks, dude. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I take off June 8th for Iowa. I'm going to call from the road.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'll be Dana in Iowa or Dana in Scottsdale. But, you know, it's all good.
What are you doing in Iowa?
I'm going to be a teaching pro at Dubuque Country Club.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me something exciting like storm chasing. Yeah, I got a van. And I put all these steel plates in it, and there's just it looks like a tank on wheels. And I'm just gonna chase tornadoes in Tornado Alley for a week.
I will be chasing tornadoes. You know me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so hey, you know the Giants. I think you called too. You called that we love Conforto, and we do love Conforti, and he's awesome. But Casey Schmidt, you called him from way back.
Well, that wasn't a tough call, Dana. I mean, I've been around baseball my whole life. I know what a big leaguer looks like, and he looked like a big leaguer in Scottsdale. He looked like a big leaguer in spring training. He passed the eye test with not only the glove or the bat, just the way he carried himself, the way the guys loved him in the clubhouse. There's so many things that goes into being a big leaguer besides batting average and OPS and launch angle and exit velocity. And according to everybody, he had all those things, and then he passed the eye test. So. He still has work to do. I mean, if he wants to stay above 300, he has to be more disciplined at the plate. He can't be Javi Baez because this league is smart, man. They won't throw him a strike. The one thing I would say, he's a pretty good bad ball hitter, so he can go down and get the slider in the dirt and make it be a hit sometimes. But if he wants to drive the baseball, his strike zone has to be a little bit more disciplined for me. That's all. That's the only critique.
Hey, he's Chris Spire with a cannon.
He's got a cannon. I just love when he stands up. How many Giants have we had in the course of history that are must-see ground balls? And that's what Casey Schmidt is now. Like, please hit it to him. Please hit it to him. They do hit it to him. And you just kind of sit up a little bit, and you're like, oh, watch this throw. And then it's all I can do is when he does it, just laugh. I just go,
I know.
That's all you can do.
I giggle, too.
It's like when you see a guy hit a ball 350 yards in golf. What are you going to do? You just sit there and laugh, and you go, oh, my God. You know, it's the same kind of thing.
Man. I was out scoring for the NCAA championship this week, and those kids hit it like 400, man. They're so long.
That's crazy. 400. And that's long drive stuff.
Yeah, the winner of the tournament this week got an invitation to the Masters, and the number one ranked college player gets a tour card. So it's really, college golf is really coming along.
All right, Dana, we got a break. I'm blowing up the clock tonight with all these beautiful compliments by everybody. Good to hear your voice, bro. Thanks for calling the show.
Thanks, man.
I'm so flattered by all the love tonight. My head, I don't know if my head's going to be able to get through the door on the way out. KNBR Tonight is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. All right, coming up next, Brian Peacock is going to join the show. We're going to switch gears and talk a little 49ers. He's the host of Locked On 49ers podcast. Guess what we're going to talk about? I'm calling quarterbacks. So Brian Peacock coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo on the Sports Leader.
All right, my next guest, Brian Peacock. He's the host of Locked On 49ers podcast. He's a friend of the show. He comes on all the time, and we rarely talk Niners in the offseason, but there's some news. It's the OTAs, obviously quarterback stuff all the time in these parts. Brian Peacock joins the show. What's going on, Brian? How are you?
Oh, doing fantastic. Just enjoying another offseason of the quarterback wars as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers.
Do you ever remember a time with the 49ers when they were this good and they didn't have a quarterback?
I mean, I wasn't really old enough to remember what was going on in the talk shows about the Montana versus Young days, but, man, it seems like it's just a thing with this franchise.
So what's going on? It's week 2 of the OTAs, the quarterback competition, I guess, between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. What's going on with that?
Yeah, it's interesting because and John Lynch was on Sirius Radio talking about this, and he didn't really change his stance on Brock Purdy about him being leader in the clubhouse ahead of the other two. But he did say for the first time that, well, just because he's leader in the clubhouse doesn't mean there's not a competition for number 1. So there is still a competition not only for number 2 and 3, but there's a competition for number 1 still. And it sounds like, judging by Sam Darnold taking the snaps with the ones this week at OTAs versus Trey Lance last week, and Kyle Shanahan said last week that just because Lance took them this week, that they'll even those out. And true to his word, Sam Darnold was taking snaps with the ones this week at OTAs. So very, very much too early to handicap, especially with Brock Purdy just starting his throwing program as well this week. So a lot of news about it, but I just think it's a little bit too early to read too much into anything, except for the fact that we still don't know, and it could be any of the 3 that starts week 1 for the 49ers.
No, I can't handle this, dude. This is giving me anxiety. So Brock Purdy's hitting all the timelines, it sounds like. John Lynch said as much. He's begun his throwing program. I heard Greg Papa talking the other day about it's a lighter football, whatever. I'm glad he's throwing, and it seems like he's going to heal 100%. But how's he doing? What's the news on Brock Purdy that you know of?
Yeah. I mean, the news is that he's hitting all the marks he needs to on time or even slightly ahead of time. So being on time, no setbacks is the key here. And, you don't want to rush him. And that's sort of the worry I see it with the 49ers. And my opinion on the 49ers quarterback situation is Sam Darnold is a talented guy, but just we've got too much tape on him being bad in the NFL. And even if he's at his best with the 49ers and coaching and their weapons, how good is Sam Darnold's best versus what we still don't know that Trey Lance can be? And you don't want to rush Brock Purdy back and have that setback. So to me, it's all about Trey Lance right now, this offseason, this training camp, just to get as much information as you can, because there's really no sample size on what he is. And if he starts the season and you're not really rushing things with Brock Purdy, I think that's okay. See it through a little bit with Trey Lance is where I'm at on this whole thing. But really the key with Brock Purdy is how much he'll be able to do, because they keep talking about him being around for training camp. But the question is, when is he fully cleared? Is he so cleared that he can participate fully in camp and be doing 11-on-11s in practice and actually play some preseason football games? Or will he get cleared after that point and he'll only be partially participating at camp? Or will he be on the PUP and just throwing on the side when training camp opens? So how much Brock Purdy can compete himself and be on the practice field? Is he just doing some, shorts and T-shirt work and throwing, in 7-on-7s or, just 1-on-1s with the DBs or just throwing on air or whatever it is. So that'll be one of the things once camp gets going here in July is how much is Brock Purdy participating and how close is he to actually being someone that you can say, we're ready to go and we've seen enough. And once he is 100% cleared for contact, then he's the guy and we'll just put him in the game.
Is he going to do his rehab on Jimmy Garoppolo Field, the one they renamed after him, where they just field 6 with the garbage cans on it all by himself, and they're just going to send him over there to do his rehab where Jimmy hung out
It's Jimmy Garoppolo, Dr. Disrespect, and Brock Purdy, just as far away from the media as possible and throwing balls.
Yeah, they had a ceremony. We've decided to name it Jimmy G Field. It's where quarterbacks go by themselves to throw by themselves. Talking to Brian Peacock, host of Locked On 49ers podcast, nice enough to join us tonight, whatever it is. Steve Wilks, the new defensive coordinator. What do we know about it? I know he's a secondary coach. That's good. He can coach some guys up. Some of the draft picks, the kid from Penn State. That looks good, but big shoes to fill, right?
Yeah, huge shoes to fill. And at this point, you start asking the question, well, was it Robert Saleh's defense or DeMeco Ryans' defense or Steve Wilks' defense, or has it kind of been Kyle Shanahan's defense all along? And I know Kyle Shanahan said in his defensive coordinator search that he didn't want to change much. So Kyle Shanahan likes the scheme that the 49ers are running, so I wouldn't expect a big change. But just listening to Steve Wilks talk a couple of times, he's mentioned being aggressive. He's mentioned the blitz.
Yeah.
And so maybe he might want to bring a few more bullets at teams and maybe blitz some linebackers. And so we'll see what that ends up looking like. It's really hard to know what thumbprint Steve Wilks will put on the team because he's bounced around so much recently and had just really short tenures in so many places. So I would expect, as far as the defensive scheme goes, that not much changes at all, and it's just some minor tweaks here and there. We'll see how he employs the secondary because he is comes from that defensive background, and then maybe a little bit more aggressive, maybe a few more blitzes here and there. But I wouldn't expect a big change on D.
I can't imagine being a quarterback. I'd be like, Red 22, Omaha. Oh my God, Fred Warner's blitzing. Like that would I would say that, I feel like, if I was a quarterback and he was like, get it, you could tell he was going to blitz, because I don't recall the linebackers blitzing that much, because it takes, to me, their athleticism away and their instincts from reading the play and how quick they are to get to the ball. So I might be wrong in saying this, but I feel like I focused on the defense a lot last year. I don't remember the linebacker. I mean, Hufanga blitzed a lot, but I don't remember the linebackers blitzing a lot last year.
Yeah, the timing Hufanga had with those blitzes. And
crazy.
Look, rookie third-rounder Jair Brown brings a lot of that as well, a lot of similarities to Hufanga, and he can blitz too. And obviously Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are super athletic, but the 49ers have, in recent history, they blitz occasionally, but they like to get pressure with four. And Chris Kocurek has clutched those guys up and done so well with that wide nine front, and they've gotten pressure on quarterbacks and have so much talent up front that they can then employ those athletic linebackers in coverage and make things difficult there. So I think they'll still try to do that, but I'm really interested to see what Wilks has up his sleeve. There's a few more wrinkles in there with the blitz.
What rookie is going to make the most impact? Is it going to be Jake Moody? I feel like it's going to be Jake Moody, but Jair Brown looks like a player. And the kid, I'm drawing a blank on the wide receiver from Michigan, too. I feel like he's going to make an impact.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell, I think this draft class is interesting, and I didn't give the 49ers a great grade on this, and of course you can't truly grade a draft class for 3 years, so we'll find out. But one of the things the 49ers have done so well and historically well is those day three picks, those fifth rounders, and the literal last pick in the draft being a quarterback that starts games for you as a rookie is something we've never seen. They've been historically good at that. Can they continue that? Can you just bank on the 49ers doing that every year? And maybe someone like Ronnie Bell out of Michigan becomes the guy for the 49ers, or I really like the fifth and sixth round picks. I think the 49ers did pluck starters out of there or big-time contributors out of this draft. I would say it's Darrell Luter, the fifth-round corner out of South Alabama, Robert Beal, the fifth-round edge rusher out of Georgia, who's got a lot of tools, 6'4", 250, runs 4.4, and the sixth-rounder D. Winters, who's very, very similar to Dre Greenlaw. And so those would be the ones I would look at that could go above expectations and potentially be those guys that they stole again on day three. But it's all about the kicker too for me. I mean, you draft a third round kicker, you better be good. And traditionally you don't find your kicker in the draft. It's really strange. You would think that that's a fairly safe pick, especially with a need at kicker. But I think the stat is over the last 10 years before this season, there was 17 kickers drafted, and only one of those 17 kickers got a second contract with the team that drafted them. So it's going to be tough, and there's going to be a lot of pressure and a lot of eyeballs Jake Moody. We'll see if he's ready for it.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm a Michigan fan. I couldn't remember the wide receiver's name. I'm knee-deep in baseball right now, but I watch Jake Moody a lot. He's very much like Robbie Gould. He's cocky. He's confident. And I want to be the kicking coach for the 49ers if they would let me, because I would just be like, hey, when the ball comes and they put it on the ground, you kick it. And see the upright, kick it through those uprights because you're the kicker. And when he puts it there, kick it. And then after we score a touchdown and there's a kickoff, you put it on the tee, and then you run at it, and then you kick it. And I feel like I could be that coach. If they let me, give me a whistle maybe and some khakis, and I'm good.
Yeah, it sounds like the 49ers special teams coordinator, that's kind of what he did. He put them through some paces in the workout, both in San Francisco or in Santa Clara and the workout on campus in Michigan, and gave him bad snaps and tried to make things as difficult as possible on him during those workouts. And he came out of it really impressed with the moxie of Jake Moody, and he's like, this is our guy. So the 49ers drafted him early to make sure nobody else got him.
And just like yell things at him from across the line, like they're like, hey, Jake, what kind of mood are you in today? Are you in a good mood? Are you in a bad mood? Stuff like that.
Hit fungos at him while he's trying to kick.
Ooh, yeah, throw stuff at him. All right, Super Bowl 50s in San Francisco, 2026. I mean, it's big for Levi Stadium and the Niners. What does this mean for the city? What do you think?
I mean, it's always fun when there's an event like this. The last Super Bowl was super fun, seeing all the events that were happening in the city and just cruising around or walking around. And me living in the city is really easy to go hit those things. And then, fight the traffic to try to get to the game was not something I had tickets for anyway. But as the team has spoken about and as has been reported, they're putting more money into the stadium to try to attract events like this. And it takes the Warriors and Chase Center to have events, and the Giants, and so it's a real citywide. And seeing all the sports teams work together to bring a huge event like the Super Bowl is a really cool thing.
Wow, Brian, thanks for coming on, man. It's always good to talk Niners. I miss football, man. I miss it every single day. I'm knee-deep in baseball season right now with the San Francisco Giants and all they're doing, but it's always nice to shift gears, hear your voice, get you on here and talk some Niners football. So thanks for your time, man.
Absolutely. Anytime, FP.
Brian Peacock, he does a great job at Locked On 49ers. Good stuff from Brian. We're going to shift gears back to some Giants talk. So 808 KNBR, if you want to chime in on anything Giants, anything 49ers, kind of an open forum session coming up next. 808 KNBR is the number. Some Giants talk coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think just everything came down on my heel. I've done it before, just never to the point of having to come out of a game, and to where the next morning, this morning was really, really sore, but I'm able to put weight on my heel now. As far as the scan goes, it was probably best case scenario. Just a bruise it's like a fat pad under your heel bone. So it's a good bruise in there, and no bone bruise, nothing, kind of structurally throughout the rest of the foot and the ankle. So it's just a matter of when I can tolerate putting force through my heel.
That's Michael Conforto talking about his heel. He landed weird on the bag last night. He took today off, and he'll have tomorrow off, as the rest of the Giants will. And he'll be ready for the Orioles, hopefully, on Friday night. That's going to be a big weekend series at the ballpark. Looking forward to it. All kinds of fun stuff going on. Looks like good weather. So be at the Yard this weekend, or you're not cool. How about that? That should be one of the promos. Come to the game, or you're not cool. Put pressure on people.
Yeah, we're awesome.
Yeah, that should be their come on, Giants.
Yeah, we're awesome.
We're awesome should be their saying this year, but you got to get a couple games over 500 before you're actually awesome. He's awesome. That was Casey Schmidt that said that, in case you didn't know. Maybe one of his first games in his locker. I think it might have been after his first game when he had the home run. So good stuff all the way around for the Giants, even though they lost 2 out of 3 to the Pirates this weekend. Let's go to Mark, who's been waiting very patiently in San Rafael. Mark, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Yo, how the hell you doing, FP?
I'm doing great, Mark. How are you?
Well, I'd like to congratulate you on your 1-year anniversary. Just real quick, I'd like to clear the board here. I called you way back when. I believe it was in December, and it was a Friday night right before the holidays. If you can remember, I was a little tuned up, and I was giving props to the upper management of the 49ers staff, and I mistakenly said the Pink Flamingo, which I meant to say the Candy Bar Ranch, Eddie D's ranch out there in Kalispell, Montana, on just the management and how they keep it all in house, and how I have that same feeling going forward with the 49ers. But with that being said, I appreciate your positive, constructive criticism and your outlook. You definitely bring, whether it's a tough commute home or a long day at work. I look forward to hearing your voice, and I love hearing the stories of you hopping a fence or getting locked in down at the Marlins Stadium, and you're going to have to call this person to get out, and that's good stuff, man. And I'm blessed, along with all the other diehard 680 listeners. Every once in a while you drop a pearl, and that's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Thanks, Mark.
You earned it.
I appreciate you coming clean too about the ranch versus the other thing, because that was bothering me. That's been bothering me ever since you called that night, and maybe that's why I haven't been sleeping. I'm a smart ass first and foremost, you know that. But thanks for all the nice words. That's really cool, dude.
Well, here's my one question. Aside from the sports, are you still riding around one of those motorized scooters, or did you step it up and revert back to like a Schwinn, 10-speed?
Oh, I wish. No, I still have the e-scooter. I have 2 now, so if somebody comes over to my house, we can race.
Okay.
I do. Honest to God, I have 2. Mark, my buddy down there at Zach's Bikes, was nice enough to give me a second one, so I have 2 e-scooters, and if somebody comes over, we can pal around town on our scooters and hold hands and sing songs while we're scooting. Just like,
well, I just imagining you coming to work like the opening scene in Caddyshack. when Noonan is like on his 10-speed driving up to Bushwood or pedaling up onto Bushwood that's after I've heard these horror stories of you on the little e-scooter.
Well,
But,
Mark,
hey, man,
some days, let's just say I'm meeting somebody after the show, so I'll dress up real nice and I'll come into work, and at 10:01 when I'm out of here, I'll go have a drink with somebody. But I'll bring my scooter with me, and I'm thinking I'm looking hot, right, on the Embarcadero on the bike lane. And then all of a sudden it hits me that, like, dude, you're on a scooter. There's no such thing as looking good on a scooter. Like, I got my backpack on, my shades, I'm in the bike lane. I'm doing 17 miles an hour in the bike lane. I'm like, I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling like I'm looking good. And then all of a sudden it hits me. It's like, bro, you're a dork. You're on a scooter. So, yeah, I got that going for me. Scooter boy. It's nice. Mark, thanks.
I think that's what keeps, along with myself and all the other listeners, keen into you, is that you can laugh at yourself, right?
Oh, dude, if you can't laugh. I laugh at everything, everybody. I think humor is the way to get through life, dude. I laugh at things I'm not supposed to laugh at, and sometimes I think that's even funnier because it's wrong to laugh at that, but I still laugh anyways, and then I laugh even harder at things I'm not supposed to laugh at, and I make jokes about things I'm not supposed to make jokes about, and people look at me funny at parties, and they're like, that's not funny, but you have to take a chance if you have a sense of humor, so I'm always, like, ripping on people and having fun in a nice way, but I'm inappropriate at times where, maybe I shouldn't have said that one, but whatever. I don't care.
No, for sure, man. I mean, just to tag on to that, you get some great guests. That one gal who is the astrologist, and just the time that you take and just diving in deep, and whether it's that gal who is like 210% fully in the astrological mythology clock, you give people the time of day, and I'm along with all the other listeners keying in. You guys are a bunch of good fellas out there at 680.
Thanks, Mark.
Shout out to Gary Radnich.
Yeah, the OG. He's one of my favorites. He's one of the reasons. He's the one that told me to be nice to callers. Yeah, Mark, and Andrea's thinking about Uranus right now, so I appreciate you calling.
All right, brother. Be well.
All right.
Go Giants.
All right, go Giants. Oh, yeah, we should start ending calls with Go Giants if you're a Giants fan. All right, coming up next, we have something that we've done a couple of times. It's one of my favorite segments. It's called Sounds Around Baseball. We're going to play you some calls from around the game today. That's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Been a real fun show tonight so far. We had George Contos on talking about Giants baseball. We had Brian Peacock. He was on talking some Niners football. It's my year anniversary. I just threw that out very lightly at the beginning in the face-off with Tom and Adam, and it just took off. You guys have been super flattering, humbled by all the nice, kind words tonight about how, I don't know, we have fun together. This is a team thing. It's you guys. You guys make the show go. So I thank you all tonight for all the nice things. I'm super just blown away, actually, is the best way to put it. All right, time for Sounds Around Baseball. This is cool. I like this segment. Tony and Kyle put this together, so thanks for doing that. Today in D.C., the Dodgers played the Nationals. The Nationals beat the Dodgers 10-6. Mookie Betts' first home run of the day made it 1-0 Dodgers.
Corbin, this is his 12th start of the year. Veteran lefty, 4-5. An ERA of 4.88. The 2-1. Was a fly ball to left field and gone. A home run. We mentioned in the pregame Patrick Corbin is susceptible to the long ball. That's the 10th home run that he has given up this year and the 40th leadoff home run of Mookie Betts' brilliant career. 1-0 Dodgers.
So that made it 1-0 Dodgers, but there'll be a lot more scoring in that game. Mookie Betts went on to hit another home run. He's got 13 on the year.
8-5 DC as Mookie Betts leads it off. And he hits a shot to center field. And deep. And gone. A home run. Mookie Betts' second home run of the day. Now has 13 on the year. The Dodgers move to within 2. It's the Nationals 8 and the Dodgers 6.
So that game was in Los Angeles. I screwed that up on the intro. The Nationals beat the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium 10-6. I'm like, why are they cheering so much? So I messed that up. My bad, EFP. It's not the last error I'll ever make. All right, the Angels played the White Sox today. That was a 12-5 final. Guess who else hit 2 home runs? The other best player in baseball, Mike Trout.
There's a drive from Mike Trout. See you later. That is long gone. Almost to the concourse in left field. Mike Trout rips one. And the Angels have a 2-0 lead.
So he hit 1 home run. It was a 2-run home run. I can't read. That made it 2-1 Los Angeles Angels. And future Giant Shohei Ohtani hits a 2-run home run as well. This is his first home run of the game.
High fly ball off the bat of Ohtani. Robert is back for it at the wall. That is gone. Shohei again. It's his second straight day with a homer. A 2-run blast off Lance Lynn. The Angels have a 4-1 lead.
So future Giant Shohei Ohtani wasn't done with that. He hit another home run, the future Giant did. The future Giant Shohei Ohtani hits a future Giant home run.
Oh, man, this one is going a long way. Shohei with his second today, a rocket.
That was how many? 458 feet, they tell me. You need to let it play a little bit longer, too, than that. Whatever. We'll get this segment down right. Lots of prep was involved in this, as you could tell. All right, the Red Sox played the Reds. So Red Sox versus Reds. Cincinnati beat Boston 5-4. Yoshida hit a solo home run, and that's going to be super exciting.
Swing and a drive. That one socked down the right field line. Is it going to hang in there? And that ball is gone. Home run. Massa strikes number 7. And the Red Sox get on the board on a blast to right.
Oh, I love his swing. Don't you guys love his swing? Just short, compact. He's like a fighting hydrant, but like he's good. And he just got that little slow leg kick and the ball gets on him and it's super powerful. One of my favorite players all of a sudden. Yoshida for the Red Sox. All right, the Orioles are coming to town and thank goodness they finally lost. They played the Guardians today. Still got to get used to saying Guardians. They played the Guardians today. Cleveland beat them 12-8. Anthony Santander hit a 2-run home run to make it 7-6 Orioles.
1-0. Hard hit ball. Anthony Santander wants the bullpen, and he's got it. His 9th home run of the year, and Santander puts the Orioles back on top, 7-6.
All right, the Orioles are coming to town. They are in second place in the American League East. They're 4 games back of the Rays. They're 35-21. Very exciting team. If you've watched them play at all this year, they got all kinds of different types of. They have power hitters. They got speed. They got pitching. They play defense. They have a beer funnel. When they hit a home run, they put water in it, but it's a keg. So these kids are having fun in Baltimore. And after going through 100-plus losses a couple of years ago, they seem to be on the right track. Everybody's really enthused about baseball in Baltimore again. Camden Yards, one of the best ballparks in all of baseball still to this day. And the Orioles are coming to town. Tomorrow on the show, we will have Jim Palmer, Hall of Famer, on the show. He's a friend of mine. Tony did a nice job of running him down today through Orioles PR. Great dude, Jim Palmer. You know what? Jim Palmer, in his illustrious career, never gave up a grand slam. He never, in all the innings, I don't have his numbers in front of me. Hall of Fame career, 20-game winner, however many times. He never gave up a grand slam. So look forward to having him come on the show tomorrow. It's going to be a great weekend series. Off day tomorrow. We'll be here from 6 to 10 tomorrow, answering calls and talking to you guys for 4 hours tomorrow. Looking forward to it. But Jim Palmer, get us all ready for the Giants and the Orioles. It's the battle of it's the orange and black versus the black and orange, I believe. I think they say black and orange. We say orange and black. And there should be some interesting color combos this weekend. The Halloween series, as Tom Tolbert called it earlier today. I got to do my Orioles homework. Do you guys know anything about the Orioles? I really don't know other than their record. They got a bunch of kids. They play hard. Rushman's good. Their catcher. They got a good bullpen. That's all I really know. So I got one show on Friday night from the bunker. I don't think I'm going to do any Orioles homework. I got to do Rockies homework. I'm going to Colorado on Sunday with the ball club to do the Rockies series. I got to start doing my Rockies homework for that series. All right, coming up next, George Contos. He did the pre and the post today. He's got lots of fun things to say about the Giants. So Giants right-hander and current analyst on NBC Sports Bay Area, George Contos, join us next on The Sports Leader.